at scale by improving, and that's by increasing assets under management, obviously, by improving coverage, because in Africa we only have about 20% of the population, actually less, covered by pension funds, so increasing that coverage into the informal sector as well, and improving the adequacy of the pensions. And more importantly, to me as well, is supporting sustainable investments of those funds that we mobilize into those sectors that can create impact for the continent. That's a very, very important role. And that's where we as FSD Africa has been working with the APSS since inception 5 years ago, and we look forward to working along with them in this journey to deepen the sector, to support the economic transformation for the continent. Honorable Minister, tomorrow the Olympic Games are starting in Paris. And so allow me to end my short remarks with a quote from two of my favorite athletes that I'm looking forward to watching run in Paris. The first one is Eliud Kipchoge, who is considered the great of all times among the marathon runners. All are GOAT, they call it. I don't know why they call it that. And he said, it is not about the legs. And Eliud Kipchoge, for those of you who watched him run, has very good legs. But he said it's not about the legs, but the heart and the mind. My other athlete who is a favorite of all time is a lady called Faith Kipyegon. Last year she broke 3 world records within 3 months. And Faith says, when I put on my running shoes, I feel something nice. I do hope that as we leave this conference, we'll have that mindset of Eliud Kipchoge, because it takes not just the talent, it doesn't take just the legs, it also takes the heart and it takes the mind. And it takes the passion that Faith Kipyegon has shown to be able to support the kind of transformation we are looking to do in the continent. Thank you so much, and I wish you a very fruitful deliberation and networking as well. Thank you very much.
Asante sana. Thank you so very much, Dr. Evans Osano, the Director for Capital Markets for FSD Africa. Yes, indeed, we wish all the delegates fruitful deliberations in this conference. And you ended by quoting athletes in the Olympics. I thought you'd mention Barbara Banda or Rachel Kunda Nanji, who are undoubtedly causing big waves in the U.S. in their soccer. Well, we are all looking forward to seeing the Olympics, and even though, of course, our respective countries may be competing against each other, we are still one. And one thing I've noticed in Africa, when one African team falls out of the race, the others now, from the losing team, now choose which African country to support. So we are still one, and we'll continue to hold each other up in all aspects of life. So thank you very much, Dr. Osano. May I now invite the board chair for PIA Zambia, Mr. Peter H. Banda, to come and invite the Honorable Minister of Labor and Social Security to address us. Mr. Banda.
Thank you very much. Honorable Minister of Finance, distinguished guests, it is my pleasure to invite the Honorable Minister of Labor and Social Security, Honorable Brenda Tambatamba, to give us her speech. Thank you very much. Minister.
Thank you, man. A very good morning to you all. The guest of honor, the Minister of Finance, National Planning, Honorable guest of honor, Dr. Stumbeko Msokotoane, MP. Her Worship, the Mayor of Livingstone City, Ms. Constance Mleabai, represented by the Deputy Mayor. Members of Parliament present here. I heard here. Honorable Siveso K. Sefulo and Honorable Joel Chibuye, good to see you here. The board chairperson, Mr. Peter H. Banda, and members of the board of the Pensions and Insurance Authority present here. The chairperson, Africa Pension Supervisors Association, Ms. Zarina Kamrudian. The representative of the Chief Executive Officer of the Financial Sector, Deepening Africa, Dr. Evans Osano. The Registrar of the Pensions and Insurance Authority, Mrs. Namakao M. Ntini. The Chief Executive Officer of the Securities and Exchange Commission, Mr. Philip Chitalu. Chief Executive Officers and representatives of respective pension regulators in Africa here present from all the countries that were counted out here. Welcome to Zambia. Senior government officials from various ministries, heads and representatives of cooperating partner institutions, captains of the pension industry, chief executive officers and representatives of other financial service providers, members of the press, may I simply say, ladies and gentlemen, in this country, on the social media, there's a buzzword that goes on. I'm sure a lot of Zambians here will recognize that. There's a buzzword called blessers. Blessers. So if they are those blessers, whoever they bless, then APSA, you are the enhancers of the retirees' lives. At that time, when they reach here, given their 1, 2, 3 blocks, I'm not talking about the one here, 1, 2, 3 blocks of the journey of workers, I'm passionate about labor, of workers, you are the blessers. If they started from here, number 3, number 4, if this is where they end, you are the enhancers of that life they aspire to live. I just thought I must say that so that we position ourselves on who you are here, and the deliberation will target itself directly to that enhancement role and function. It is an honor and privilege to give some remarks at this important gathering today. The conference comes at a time when we have so many emerging issues, as we heard from the other speakers, as a continent, ranging from impact of climate change to pandemics and to the growing informal sector space within our economies. Chronicling Africa's pension journey towards dignified retirement is the theme. Is such a befitting theme as it resonates deeply with the aspirations of nations across Africa. Indeed, the theme summarizes the collective journey we have embarked on to ensure that every individual, regardless of their background or their circumstances, can retire with dignity and financial security. The importance of this journey cannot be overstated. I commend the Africa Pension Supervisors Association for championing the cause, as evidenced by the organization of this conference and other conferences in the past, and particularly for bringing it here at the pensioners' investment at this location here, as I'm sure everyone is aware that this venue is pensioners' investment. Distinguished guests, as you may all will recall, 2019 United Nations World Population Prospects reports reported that 90% of the working age in Africa was not saving for retirement, or is not saving for retirement even in this moment. 2, there will be 226 million elderly Africans by the year 2050, of which 85% will not get any pension benefits and are forecasted to face 20 years of extreme poverty in the medium to long term. 3, a fiscal cost of US $3 trillion will be required for a tax-funded social pension of US $2 a day to Africa's future elderly destitutes. Not good to even pronounce that word. This seemingly unfavorable outlook speaks volumes to the amount of work required to all of us here to attain our goal of securing a dignified retirement for all Africans. Ladies and gentlemen, the government of the Republic of Zambia is committed to promoting social protection, as you will hear from the guest of honor, Honorable Minister of Finance and National Development, when he speaks shortly. The specific topic of interest which I not included in the agenda related to micro pensions being the remedy for challenges to coverage in the informal sector, as more than 75% of the labor force is in the informal sector. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to share that the government, through my ministry, the Ministry of Labor and Social Security, developed a national strategy on extension of social security coverage to the informal sector. The strategy provides a framework to guide stakeholders on extension of social security coverage to the informal sector. It is anchored on the Vision 2030 that seeks to create a prosperous middle-income country by 2030, and the 8th National Development Plan under the theme Socio-Economic Transformation for Improved Livelihoods. I am confident that the implementation of this strategy will, among other, contribute to increased access to pensions and other social security benefits to the informal economy workers. Distinguished guests, as I end my remarks, I will reiterate the need for continued development and implementation of measures to facilitate more viable social protection programs that will translate into decent benefits and well-being at retirement. We must continue witnessing the emerging role of the African pension funds as the driving force in reshaping economies through financing, infrastructure, agriculture, energy, banking, and the list goes on and on. Pension schemes are increasingly stepping in to address some of the challenges in our society without compromising their investment targets, and this is now how it should be. If we are to achieve the goal of retirement with dignity and financial security, this word keeps on coming according to the theme. You all here hold a critical role to the transformation of this agenda. With these few words, I wish to thank you all for your kind attention, and I wish you fruitful deliberations. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, the Honorable Minister of Labor and Social Security of the Republic of Zambia, Honorable Brenda M. Tambatamba, MP. Let me invite back now the chairperson, Mr. Banda, to invite our guest of honor to address us. Sir.
Thank you very much, Director of Programs. Honorable Minister of Labor and Social Services Security, Honorable Tambatamba, MPs present, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, allow me to call upon the Honorable Minister of Finance, Dr. Stumbeko Msogotwane, MP, our guest of honor, to give us a keynote speech and officially open this conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Master of Ceremonies, and thank you, Chairman, for inviting me to come and speak. I want, of course, to start off by recognizing all the important dignitaries that are here gathered today. I will not go through the list because that has been done several times this morning already. So I just wish to align myself to the protocols that have been made. I want to thank the Deputy Mayor for welcoming us to the city of Livingstone, where we are gathered. And I take note of the challenge of the Master of Ceremony that the next host, I don't know, it will not be a Victoria Falls, but I'm sure he's expecting some drama. Now, I also want to welcome you to Livingstone, but also a word of caution. They say sugar can be very sweet, but if overconsumed, it becomes dangerous, isn't it? Of course, there's no sugar to consume here, but there's a tourism services to consume. The short story is that there are elephants in this place. There are elephants in this place. There are also hippos. And along this nice river, there are also crocodiles that are starving because of the drought. Because fish has become limited. So as we consume these nice services, let's exercise caution, especially with the elephants. These are wild animals. Exercise caution so that you go home safely back to your families. I want to congratulate the association for bringing all of us together and also for creating the association. Oftentimes we run to associations or institutions that are outside the continent. But today is so pleasing to see that you, the pensions industry, in Africa, you have organized yourselves so that you can meet and exchange ideas. I congratulate you for that, and I urge you to keep on encouraging others who are not yet members to come and join. Now, coming to the theme of the conference that you have requested me to come and open, the theme says, what does it say? Chronicling Africa's pension journey towards a dignified retirement. So when we say chronicling, what does that mean? It simply means telling our story, isn't it? Because chronicles are stories of the events that have taken place, like those chronicles in the Bible. But it can mean just telling a story where you've come from and where you're going. And in that process, you tell your stories, whether as an association, whether from individual countries, there's going to be a lot that is going to be learned. But on top of that, I don't believe the story should just be about 5 years ago, this is what happened. 4 months ago, this is what happened. It goes beyond that. Asking the question, if this is where we came from, where are we headed to? And perhaps that is even more important than the history. I think the history just tells us what our experiences are and pick from that history a direction that we need to embark upon to make our pensioners to experience better lives. So, when I received this topic of telling the story, I asked myself the question, what story can I tell these people? They know their story better. They are the professionals. They are the experts. There's nothing that I can tell them. So maybe I should just stand up and say, the job you've assigned me today is a very simple one. You've asked me to officially open. So maybe I stand up and say, you're officially opened. It ends there. But another thought came and said, since you are a member of parliament, and as a member of parliament, we are everything out there. If you ask my colleagues there, members of parliament, when you are out there in the constituents, you are everything. It's not just about making laws. You are the chief mourner at a funeral. Sometimes you even ask the question, my son made somebody's daughter pregnant. Can you help me? Can you help us to pay? So we are everything. We are everything because also pensioners out there, they come to us to deliver statements of what they're experiencing and how we can help them to come out of those experiences. So in my story, therefore, I chose that it must be a story that I've picked from the ordinary people from my constituency, what they are saying about their experiences with pensions, and what you, the professionals, need to know and understand what these people are going through. So that will be my contribution this morning. Number one, obviously, going through your papers, the issue of so many people being excluded. In Africa, Zambia in particular, people who are in formal employment are very few. The majority are in formal employment, employed or self-employed. And they are yearning to see how they can be assisted to participate in being contributors for their future. I'm sure you're already aware of this, and I believe it's one of the topics that you're going to discuss. So please take it seriously, because there's interest out there to get included. Connected to this is for the few who are pensioners. They are saying, first of all, my pension is so small. You get somebody who say, Can you imagine? I used to be a permanent secretary, or I used to be a director or head of a department in the ministry. But the pension money that I get is only enough to buy me a bag of maize meal, or slightly above that. So clearly there's a problem here, because pension is about livelihood after work. But if the amount of pension that you're going to get is so small, then what is the value of the pension and all of us who are involved in this industry? So the amount of money that is being paid out, that of course takes me to the next question, which is that we cannot just wish a given amount of money for the pensioners. If wishes were horses, of course we'd make sure that every pensioner is very comfortable. But that is not their problem. That is our problem, we the experts, who must know that these people must have proper livelihoods. How we do that, that is our problem. And of course, from the experience here in Zambia, part of the reason why pensioners are getting so little money is because some pension houses have not been financially very viable. They have not been financially very viable, especially those that are associated with the public sector. The quality of the investments, the quality of the earnings are such that our ability to give decent livelihood to the pensioners is heavily compromised. So that is the challenge of you, the professionals. How can we ensure that going forward, we the practitioners, we the supervisors, ensure that these pension houses are run viably so that the beneficiaries can feel that there's life after work. So viability of the pension schemes is very, very important. Another story that we have been picking as members of parliament. Yes, I'm a pensioner, but to get the little money that I get, I have to incur substantial transaction costs to access my money. I retired, and I retired in my village. My village is 100 kilometers away from the nearest bank, 200 kilometers away from the nearest bank. Now, if I have to spend money to go and withdraw my financial benefits, that takes away all the pension. Okay? That takes away all the pension. So what do we do? We starve for 3 or 4 months, 5 months, until when the money that I expect to get, I can pay for transport and still remain with something. So obviously, this is a problem that we need to address. This is a problem that we need to address. And by the way, for some of these pensioners, and I'm getting a lot of these cases from my people, once the pension authority, company, operator discovers that I've not withdrawn my money 5, 6 months because I want it to grow, What do? They cut me off. They cut me off. They assume that this pensioner is dead. That's why he's not collecting the money. They don't realize that I'm just waiting for this money to grow so that it makes sense for me to go and collect the money. Now, the process of this pensioner who has been cut off to be reintroduced back on the pension is a nightmare. It is a nightmare. It involves, again, us members of parliament, because we are everything, having to make calls. There is this one here, he has been cut off. Please reintroduce him. That one has been cut off. These are the realities of what is happening out there of your pensioners. That, of course, means that one of the topics that you are going to discuss, outright on technology, I think must be taken very seriously, because a problem like this, with the technology that is there, modern technology, you can do a lot to lighten the burden of these pensioners that you are servicing. My final statement this morning is in a slightly different area, and this is the area of investment of funds. Investment of funds. Now, in our quest to improve livelihoods, in our quest to fight youth unemployment, most African countries, we are driving hard to attract FDI. We are driving hard to attract FDI, which is positive, and we'll continue doing it, because we've seen the transformation of economies in Southeast Asia, for example, driven by FDI. However, that of course also brings in the questions or sometimes concerns. It looks like this economy is only growing for foreigners. What about us, the local people? We are being left behind. Of course, the reality that at individual level, wealth creation is just starting in Africa, most African countries. It's not like elsewhere. Wealth has been inherited for centuries and centuries. Here, it is just starting, which means that individual wealth is limited. So the abilities of individuals to invest into companies tends to be limited. But I think this problem can be overcome. This problem can be overcome because pension houses mobilizing the funds from the pensioners, long term, we can participate in the revival of our economies, we can participate in the investment. So, for example, here in Zambia, you learn this facility where we are, it's a pensions investment. NAPSA, isn't it? Yeah. So that answers the issue of we are being left behind, because the pension house running this, every pensioner is an investor into this. Similarly, we have a dual carriage road under PPP running from Lusaka to the copper mining area, 327 kilometers. NAPSA, this pension house, is also invested into that. And the beneficiaries are who? Us, the pensioners. So I believe that even as we strive to attract FDI, to get the economies to grow, to get jobs, especially among the youth, to be underway, we can still answer the question of local participation, and one of the vehicles for doing so are the pension houses. So I encourage you, the pension houses, not to be left behind. This is the way of empowering the local people. So there will be details that I know you'll be exchanging. Zambia's experiences in the financial development, the kind of legislation that we've put through. All these items that in the next 2 days you'll be sharing, and I'm sure the Zambians too will be learning from what the others are doing. But I thought that seeing so many Zambian participants, I should bring to your attention the things that your pensioners out there in the rural areas are saying, so that you can pay attention to them. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you so very much. That was our guest of honor, Honorable Dr. Stumbeko Musokotwane, the Minister of Finance and National Planning, giving us his address and, of course, officially opening up our conference. We, according to a program, may be running a little behind time, but for now, we would like to do one special thing, especially with those that are here in front.
The reason why you called me is to officially open the conference. So the conference is officially opened.
I'm glad you picked the hint, sir. Thank you very much, Dr. Stumbeko Musokotwane. Well, now that the conference is officially opened, we have one special thing that we would like to do, and that is make some presentations. We have some gifts that we'd like to present to those that have addressed us this morning. And so I'll invite the board chair to be on standby to give these tokens of appreciation to the speakers this morning. So, Mr. Banda, and then we'll ask the ladies to bring them forward. We will start with our host here in the city of Livingstone, the Deputy Mayor, Mr. Wandila, to please come forward and receive your gift. We can put our hands together one more time for the Deputy Mayor. And next, we will invite the chairperson of APSA, that's Ms. Kamrudian, to also receive her gift. Thank you. The Director for Capital Markets, FSD Africa, Dr. Osano. Now, these gifts, a round of applause, these gifts have all been made by Manjat's Foundation. This is a community art project based in Kalingalinga, which is a low-income, high-density residential area in Lusaka, Zambia. Founded by artist Kelvin Mwansa, Manjat's arose from his desire to address a need in his community, a platform for local artists to showcase and express their talents. Inspired by the potential he saw in his neighbors and the transformative power of art, Mwansa transformed his backyard into a cornerstone for the project. Manjat's Arts provides a space for young people to express themselves creatively through various art forms. The name Manjats itself holds deep meaning. Manja translates to hands. I'm sure it's not only in Zambia, but many African countries as well. In the local Nyanja language, reflecting the foundation's philosophy. Everything at Manjat's Arts is meticulously crafted with passion. The emphasis on hands-on creation embodies the spirit of the community and the dedication of its artists. And so, this particular piece, which is for Honorable Minister of Labor and Social Security, was painted by Kelvin Mwansa, and the painting expresses the hardships and challenges a woman goes through to raise a child. The painting speaks of the important role women play in nurturing the community, echoing the African proverb, it takes a whole village to do what? To raise a child. Recognizing that the family as the foundation of our nation, PIA understands that their financial stability and inclusion are essential for the overall national progress. So we will now behold this piece of art painted by Kelvin Mwansa, and which today has been presented to the Minister of Labor and Social Security. You can see even the tearing is motherly. It's strategic, it's not just... There we go. Thank you. We hope you will find a prime spot on your wall, Madam Minister, to hang that on. And this last piece, which is also a painting, was done by Joseph Simuchinga and demonstrates everyday life and living in our high-density residential areas in Zambia. It is a depiction of the informal sector, which is the majority of the total workforce in Zambia. It also captures the unwavering spirit of this underserved population, highlighting their resilience and resourcefulness, which we as a pensions industry are aiming to cover. And this one will be presented to our guest of honor, the Minister of Finance. And there we have it, a big round of applause. And that is for you, sir, the Minister of Finance. Yeah, as you can see, depicting the everyday hustle and bustle that we see in Zambia. And I'm sure across the African continent, especially the capital cities. Well, ladies and gentlemen, now, before we allow you to disembark from the stage, we would like to ask that you pause for a few pictures to immortalize this event. So I'll ask, first of all, those that are here on stage to please stand and form up for some pictures. Yes, the group that is here. That's the cameraman too. Thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that basically brings us to the end of the opening ceremony, but not the end of the picture session. So the next picture, sir, as we exit, you will pause a bit on the lawns for some pictures. Again, and we see the members of parliament. We recognize your unmistakable response to... We'd like to hear that now, if you don't mind. That's the one, that's the one, that's the one. So we also invite you to join the minister, together with other ministers as well from the African continent. And then after a few minutes, we'll invite all the delegates also to go out and join them for some pictures. And from the pictures, we will then go to have our coffee break, our first break for today, and then come back for the next session in our program. So the members of parliament, African ministers, please join. And then, like I said, after a few minutes, when they have taken a few pictures, we will then all go and join as well for the other pictures. And as we prepare to go outside for the pictures and also go for the break, the Sligo. Remember I mentioned the Sligo app or the Sligo app, which we'll be using for communicating during the conference. We have a QR code, which is on the screens, all the screens in this hall. Please find time to just scan the QR code, so then you'll be granted access to the application and thus communication for our conference. So let's just give it a minute or two, and then we can all go outside to also be a part of the pictures. Ladies and gentlemen, we may now proceed outside to join the ministers for the pictures. Just outside the hall, and you see them seated in the driveway. So let's just gather behind them. After the pictures, we can then come for tea and coffee. And from there, we'll be invited back into the hall to continue with the proceedings. Please remember the services, the health services. The clinic is right at the door. And I'll be giving you some more details about that. And also the QR code for the Sligo app, which we'll be using for communication. Shall we all proceed now? Let's all leave the hall to go and join for the pictures outside. We'd like for everybody to be captured in the pictures. So please, we invite everyone to just go and be a part.
future prospects of pension systems in Africa. They'll also explore the challenges that continue to impact the pension system and strategies to ensure all African citizens can enjoy a dignified and secure retirement. The pension landscape is continuously changing due to new regulations, economic shifts, as well as demographic changes. Recent economic developments in Africa have underscored the importance of securing a stable retirement more than ever. The Pensions and Insurance Authority is proud to host the 5th African Pension Supervisors Conference for the very first time in collaboration with the Africa Pension Supervisors Association, as well as Financial Sector Deepening Africa. This event will bring together pension industry regulators from across the continent alongside a diverse array of stakeholders, thought leaders and industry experts, government officials, private and public pension schemes, pension service providers, and financial inclusion experts. We have prepared a lineup of both local and international speakers who will share their insights and expertise, with panel discussions and presentation on crucial emerging issues, various strategies for ensuring a dignified retirement in Africa, and on the latest international and local insights on pension matters. Hosting the 5th ABSA conference provides a unique platform for knowledge sharing, capacity building, and networking. It facilitates the exchange of expertise and best practice with international counterparts. By promoting interaction among regulators and industry players and other key stakeholders, we believe we can pave the way for future collaboration, joint initiatives, and knowledge-sharing opportunities that can indeed significantly enhance our pension system. Beyond this conference, this event offers a very unique opportunity to explore Zambia's rich tourism. I encourage you to visit the magnificent Musotunya, one of the 7 natural wonders of the world that we passionately call the smoke that thunders. We are honored to have the Minister of Finance and National Planning, Honorable Dr. Stumbe Sokotwani MP, alongside his Labour counterpart, Honorable Ms. Brenda Mwika Tambatamba MP, who will be able to grace this occasion, and will have a number of government officials, representation from our members of parliament, from the Committee on National Economy, Trade and Labour will also be in attendance. So we look forward to a successful conference filled with learning, collaboration, inspiration, as we collectively chronicle Africa's pension journey towards a dignified retirement. So Zambia is ready for you, and we hope to see you there. Twamutambola, twamilandilani, lwamu amwela.
See you.
Explore and experience the magnificence that is Zambia. A thrill-seeker's paradise, blessed with some of the most breathtaking adrenaline activities on Earth. Choose from whitewater rafting, to gorge swings, to bungee jumps, and set your inner superhero free. If being up close and personal with nature is more to your liking, then we have just the thing for you. Fine whining and dining, we hear you say? Say no more and be spoiled for choice with a stunning selection of top culinary experiences, all catered to suit each and every palate. And then there's the nightlife. Grab a drink. Surrender yourself to the ebbs and crescendos of an irresistible beat. Say cheers and get ready to dance the night away. All in the company of the friendliest people you will ever meet. Immerse yourself in the rich culture, movements, colors, pulse, rhythms, and energy that make up the unique fabric of Zambian society. Be sure to acquire a piece of exceptional Zambian craftsmanship and artistry to remind you of your stay. Travel back in time and explore the foundations of Zambia's history by visiting one of our numerous museums. So whether it is supremely fitted conferencing facilities, accommodation and amenities, wondrous water bodies, or undisturbed nature, this is your best destination. Zambia, let's explore.
I'm delighted to welcome you to this year's African Pension Supervisors Conference, taking place from 25th to 26th July at the Radisson Blu Musotunya Resort in Livingstone, Zambia. Our theme for this year, Chronicling Africa's Pension Journey Towards a Dignified Retirement, couldn't be more appropriate. It emphasizes the critical importance of navigating a constantly evolving environment to secure a stable retirement. Participants who have the opportunity to delve into the historical developments, current landscape, and future prospects of pension systems in Africa. They'll also explore the challenges that continue to impact the pension system and strategies to ensure all African citizens can enjoy a dignified and secure retirement. The pension landscape is continuously changing due to new regulations, economic shifts, as well as demographic changes. Recent economic developments in Africa have underscored the importance of securing a stable retirement more than ever. The Pensions and Insurance Authority is proud to host the 5th African Pension Supervisors Conference for the very first time, in collaboration with the Africa Pension Supervisors Association, as well as Financial Sector Deepening Africa. This event will bring together pension industry regulators from across the continent, alongside a diverse array of stakeholders, thought leaders and industry experts, government officials, private and public pension schemes, pension service providers, and financial inclusion experts. We have prepared a lineup of both local and international speakers who will share their insights and expertise, with panel discussions and presentation on crucial emerging issues, various strategies for ensuring a dignified retirement in Africa, and on the latest international and local insights on pension matters. Hosting the 5th ABSA conference provides a unique platform for knowledge sharing, capacity building, and networking. It facilitates the exchange of expertise and best practice with international counterparts. By promoting interaction among regulators and industry players and other key stakeholders, we believe we can pave the way for future collaboration, joint initiatives, and knowledge-sharing opportunities that can indeed significantly enhance our pension system. Beyond this conference, this event offers a very unique opportunity to explore Zambia's rich tourism. I encourage you to visit the magnificent Musotunya, one of the 7 natural wonders of the world that we passionately call the smoke that thunders. We are honored to have the Minister of Finance and National Planning, Honorable Dr. Stumbeku Msokotwani MP, alongside his Labour counterpart, Honorable Ms. Brenda Mwika Tambatamba MP, who will be able to grace this occasion, and will have a number of government officials, representation from our members of parliament, from the Committee on National Economy, Trade and Labour will also be in attendance. So we look forward to a successful conference filled with learning, collaboration, inspiration, as we collectively chronicle Africa's pension journey towards a dignified retirement. So Zambia is ready for you, and we hope to see you there. Twamutambola, twamilandilani, lwamu amwela. I'm delighted to welcome you to this year's African Pension Supervisors Conference, taking place from 25th to 26th July at the Radisson Blu Musotunya Resort in Livingstone, Zambia. Our theme for this year, Chronicling Africa's Pension Journey Towards a Dignified Retirement, couldn't be more appropriate. It emphasizes the critical importance of navigating a constantly evolving environment to secure a stable retirement. Participants who have the opportunity to delve into the historical developments, current landscape, and future prospects of pension systems in Africa. They'll also explore the challenges that continue to impact the pension system and strategies to ensure all African citizens can enjoy a dignified and secure retirement. The pension landscape is continuously changing due to new regulations, economic shifts, as well as demographic changes. Recent economic developments in Africa have underscored the importance of securing a stable retirement more than ever. The Pensions and Insurance Authority is proud to host the 5th African Pension Supervisors Conference for the very first time, in collaboration with the Africa Pension Supervisors Association, as well as Financial Sector Deepening Africa. This event will bring together pension industry regulators from across the continent, alongside a diverse array of stakeholders, thought leaders and industry experts, government officials, private and public pension schemes, pension service providers, and financial inclusion experts. We have prepared a lineup of both local and international speakers who will share their insights and expertise, with panel discussions and presentation on crucial emerging issues, various strategies for ensuring a dignified retirement in Africa and on the latest international and local insights on pension matters. Hosting the 5th ABSA conference provides a unique platform for knowledge sharing, capacity building, and networking. It facilitates the exchange of expertise and best practice with international counterparts. By promoting interaction among regulators and industry players and other key stakeholders, we believe we can pave the way for future collaboration, joint initiatives, and knowledge-sharing opportunities that can indeed significantly enhance our pension system. Beyond this conference, this event offers a very unique opportunity to explore Zambia's rich tourism. I encourage you to visit the magnificent Musotunya, one of the 7 natural wonders of the world that we passionately call the smoke that thunders. We are honored to have the Minister of Finance and National Planning, Honorable Dr. Stumbe Sokotwani MP, alongside his Labour counterpart, Honorable Ms. Brenda Mwika Tambatamba MP, who will be able to grace this occasion, and will have a number of government officials, representation from our members of parliament, from the Committee on National Economy, Trade and Labour will also be in attendance. So we look forward to a successful conference filled with learning, collaboration, inspiration, as we collectively chronicle Africa's pension journey towards a dignified retirement. So Zambia is ready for you, and we hope to see you there. Twamutambola, twamilandilani, lwamu amwela.
A pension is more than just a financial plan. It is a promise of security and dignity in retirement. Pensions ensure that individuals can enjoy a stable and comfortable life after years of hard work. In Africa, securing a dignified retirement is a journey shaped by both challenges and progress. Our pension systems are a mix of contributory plans funded by employees and employers, and non-contributory plans supported by government taxes. However, these systems mainly benefit formal sector workers, leaving those in informal sector dependent on personal or familiar resources. Over the years, reforms have aimed to make public sector pensions more sustainable. Despite these efforts, challenges like low benefits, poor coverage, and weak management still persist. For this reason, Africa Pension Supervisors Association, FSD Africa, and Zambia's Pension and Insurance Authority, PRA, are bringing together experts and stakeholders to review Africa's progress at the 5th ABSA Annual Conference 2024. Here, participants will explore the history, current state, and future of pensions in Africa, tackling challenges and seeking innovative solutions, from technological advancements to investment diversifications. By sharing ideas and experiences, Africa aims to build a more inclusive and sustainable pension system, ensuring a dignified retirement for all our workers.
Explore and experience the magnificence that is Zambia. A thrill-seeker's paradise, blessed with some of the most breathtaking adrenaline activities on Earth. Choose from whitewater rafting, to gorge swings, to bungee jumps, and set your inner superhero free. If being up close and personal with nature is more to your liking, then we have just the thing for you. Fine wining and dining, we hear you say? Say no more and be spoiled for choice with a stunning selection of top culinary experiences, all catered to suit each and every palate. And then there's the nightlife. Grab a drink. Surrender yourself to the ebbs and crescendos of an irresistible beat. Say cheers and get ready to dance the night away. All in the company of the friendliest people you will ever meet. Immerse yourself in the rich culture, movements, colors, pulse, rhythms, and energy that make up the unique fabric of Zambian society. Be sure to acquire a piece of exceptional Zambian craftsmanship and artistry to remind you of your stay. Travel back in time and explore the foundations of Zambia's history by visiting one of our numerous museums. So whether it is supremely fitted conferencing facilities, accommodation and amenities, wondrous water bodies, or undisturbed nature, this is your best destination. Zambia, let's explore.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are now ready to begin the sessions of the conference, especially after the official opening by our guest of honor. But just before we go into our first session, allow me to invite the APSA Secretariat and a representative of Pinbox to come up and just perform a short ceremony just before we go into the next session. So APSA Secretariat, please, and Pinbox, please come forward.
Thank you very much, Secretariat, and all protocols observed. We just want to have a very short ceremony here to recognize the existence of a memorandum of understanding between APSA, Africa Pension Supervisors Association, and Pinbox Solutions out of Singapore, out of the work that we do jointly together, and we look forward to be doing again together. This collaboration has brought us this far, and now we have formalized it, and it has been cleared by the Executive Committee of the Africa Pension Supervisors Association. Holding in their hands is a demonstration of that collaboration. So the chair of the Africa Pension Supervisors Association and the director of Pinbox Solutions, Parul, are holding the document that signifies that collaboration. We hope to collaborate going further in that direction in doing a number of activities. We shall collaborate in conducting a number of research projects. We shall collaborate also in terms of holding workshops that will take us to each and every member country in terms of demonstrating the work APSA does and as an encouragement to that particular jurisdiction to play a catch-up role from the lessons that we'll have provided from ABSA so that we are all in the same table. There will be a lot of sharing of information, of course, and a lot of road shows that we are going to hold together. Just to demonstrate some of the outputs that are likely to come out of this, we've done 2 books with pin box solutions. And the latest one that we have that was launched at the 4th Africa Pensions Provider, titled Templatizing Micro Pensions for Africa, in recognition of the bigger challenge that we have, that most of our workforce are working in the informal sector, up to 85% of them. They are largely excluded from the pension systems that we oversee. And therefore, we need to be really innovative in terms of how we bring them in. And you heard the talks and the speeches from the opening ceremony that hinted towards that. So various countries have tried various approaches in terms of providing solutions for that particular challenge. And this book has authors that are sitting in this room, and they have put here their experiences and solutions that have been tried. We said there's no need to reinvent the wheel. We can come up with a template. And because our situation, although unique for each country, in general, is peculiar to the continent, and that template can be of great assistance in terms of enrolling informal sector workers into our pension arrangements. So we have a few copies of this book, and this book, if you go to APSA website, you can download it for free. So the few copies that we have here with us, we want to give to our new members who have joined us, and we have a list of 6, and we want to give each of those countries a copy. And please, if you call out that country, we want the delegate from that country to step forward and receive a copy of it. I want to start with the delegation or the delegate from Seychelles. Then the delegate should be followed by the delegate from Zimbabwe. After Zimbabwe, we should have Angola. Is the Angola delegate in the room? Angola? Yes. Followed by Malawi. After Malawi, we have Botswana. After Botswana, we have Eswatini. Following Eswatini is Ghana. I think Ghana is a founding member, but they were not there at the launch, so they get a copy. After Ghana, we have Tanzania. And after Tanzania, of course, we have the hosting nation, Zambia. Thank you very much. This is the short session we wanted to have to recognize the existence of this MOU, and you can have a taste of what lies in the future for us in terms of the products that come out of this. I have one extra copy here, and I'll give it to one of the sponsors of this conference, and I think I want to ask the chairman to choose which organization receives the last copy. The chairman of the board of PEER.
If they're having a hard time picking, you can give it to me.
I've been asked to pick amongst the sponsors, but it's so difficult for me to pick because they're all so important, and I'm stuck. I'll end up taking the book home. So I'm stuck, and probably ask them to we can make some arrangements with them how we can get more books so that we're able to send to all the sponsors who we have. It's extremely difficult for me to pick one. I hope you'll bear with me.
I think because it's so difficult for the chairman to pick one, we'll give him this one as his own copy so that he can keep, as we make arrangement for the sponsors to get copies. Thank you. We can now exchange the documents demonstrating the MOU between Pinbox Solutions and Africa Pension Supervisors Association. So we have the chair lady and the director of Pinbox Solutions, Peru. Thank you very much, and I hand it over to the MC for our first session.
Let's give a bigger round of applause for the signing of the MOU and the new entrants who have been recognized today. So quickly moving into session 2. This follows, of course, the opening ceremony. And session 2 is entitled Understanding the Current Landscape of the Pension Systems in Africa. And it will be moderated by Mrs. Rita Nansasi Waswa, who is the Director, Legal Services, and Board Secretary at the Uganda Retirement Benefits Regulatory Authority, or URBRA, and currently serving as the Acting Chief Executive Officer of URBRA. Mrs. Rita is an advocate of the High Court of Uganda with over 15 years of experience in legal practice, legislative drafting, and providing corporation secretarial services. She holds a Bachelor of Laws degree from the Uganda Christian University, Mukono, a postgraduate diploma in legal practice from the Law Development Center, Kampala, and a Master's in Business Administration, or MBA, from Eastern and Southern Africa Management Institute, ESAMI. She's also an alumni of the Female Future Leadership Development Training Program, FFP. She's also a graduate member of the Chartered Governance Institute of the UK, an institute for chartered governance professionals, advisors, and company secretaries. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a warm round of applause to welcome our moderator for this session, Mrs. Rita Nansai Waswa.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to stand on the protocols set earlier on. I request for a few minutes to turn on the laptop. This session, as has been read out. It's enabled us to understand the current landscape of the pension system in Africa. And with the programs before you, as part of the session, it's my duty to give you a highlight of the 4th APSA conference that was held in Uganda, and to bring you up to speed to the resolutions that were made during that conference, because that is what guides us as we go forward in our work as regulators. The presentation was shared with the IT team of PIA, and I'm sure they will be sharing it with the rest of the delegation. The 4th African Pension Supervisors Conference was held in Kampala on 27th to 28th November 2023. And the theme for the session was Sustainable Pension Inclusion in Africa. The conference was hosted by the Uganda Retirement Benefits Regulatory Authority, that is UBRA, and partly financed by the financial sector Deepening Africa. And we appreciate all the delegates that moved from all over the continent to come to Uganda, the Pearl of Africa, to be part of this conference. The highlights of the conference were communicated in a communique that was issued immediately thereafter, and some of the major aspects that transpired during the conference was taking cognizance of the fact that 600 million out of the 778 million working age population in Africa are excluded from formal pension and social security arrangements. The conference also noted that over 85% of Africa's huge and young workforce is employed in the informal sector. They don't have any contracts. They're excluded from... Sorry about that. Over 85% of Africa's huge and young workforce is employed in the informal sector. They don't have any contracts, and they are excluded from social security arrangements and health insurance arrangements, as well as retirement benefits arrangements. So these are some of the questions that we're expected to respond to as pension supervisors, as government, as policymakers. How do we bring this young population on board? How do we provide for their social security? How do we address their needs? And furthermore, the conference noted the need to align pension fund investment strategies with climate-conscious principles, that is the environmental, social, and governance considerations. While we make these investments as pension schemes, as fund managers, are we taking cognizance? Are we being mindful of the environment? We see the climate change. We are suffering as Africa. We might not be the only contributors, but we suffer a lot. So how are we exercising mindfulness as we make these investments? That is one of the resolutions that was noted. And it was also noted that there's a huge accrual rate for the public sector pension schemes in Africa. This is mainly because many of them are still non-contributory. They are non-contributory. There are a pay-as-you-go arrangement. So this creates a huge burden on the governments that have to provision for these pensions through tax appropriations. And that same conference applauded a number of countries that have pioneered extending pensions to the informal sector through various micro-pension arrangements. These include Rwanda, Kenya, Nigeria, Ghana, Benin, and Uganda. We thank those countries that have seen the need to bring the informal sector on board and have made several arrangements to provide for them. And I'm sure this 5th conference will also discuss more on how to better bring the informal sector on board. Some of the imperatives that were noted in the conference for enhancing Africa's pension inclusion include the need to review the existing legal framework to make it more inclusive of the informal sector. The need to adopt digital identification systems. These will allow the pension providers to exercise the KYC, that is know your customer. That is how you onboard these people and get to know their details without them having to move maybe from their gardens or from their market stalls to come to your scheme. We need to make use of the digital arrangements. There is also a need to encourage and build financial products that incorporate both long-term and short-term needs. We noticed that the colleagues want to bring on board from the informal sector probably they won't wait for those many years until they are 60. Once they have an immediate need, there should be an arrangement for them to address their immediate need. So all these have to be thought about as we prepare to bring them on board. It was also noted that there is a need to leverage on financial inclusion occasioned by the mobile telephony penetration in Africa to bolster pension coverage in the informal sector and labor markets. There's also a need to enhance financial literacy through targeted awareness programs to ensure increased enrollment into the pension savings space. The conference also noted the need to put in place measures that collect real-time data and enable behavioral analytics and build trust among those that are participating in the retirement savings. As we ask these people to make their contributions, do they trust us? Are they sure that their money will be there for the years that we are telling them? So we need to put in place measures that restore or increase this trust. Furthermore, the conference noted the need for governments to champion addressing the social security needs. These include affordable housing, health care, and education, because these tend to erode the income that people collect. So where these avenues are provided and addressed, then the people we encourage to save will have a fallback position and something to save, because the other needs have been addressed by government. There's also a need to establish a coordination office to assist with pushing through the agenda for micro-pensions. The conference further noted the need of advocating for government support through physical initiatives like tax exemptions, matching contributions, and mobilizing savings for retirement. We've seen this working a lot in India, where the government is matching contributions for those that make a contribution in the informal sector. Government also matches that contribution with a certain percentage. I think a similar model is also applicable in Rwanda with their Ejoheza scheme. This has done a lot to encourage the informal sector to contribute because they are assured of the government contribution. And finally, the conference also noted the need to encourage simple and easy flexible products that allow easy entry and exit. This will also help target the informal sector and can be achieved through leveraging technology, because it's difficult to convince them to keep their money up to 60 or up to whatever retirement age. So it should be easy for them to come in and exit as and when the need arises. Other recommendations that were made was the need to adopt innovative models to encourage the working populations to create value in their livelihoods and to be able to address the needs as and when they arise. Furthermore, it was noted that there is a need to consider policy reforms, changing mainly the public service pension schemes from defined benefit schemes to defined contribution schemes, because these have become a burden to most of our governments. In the case of Uganda, we have challenges. Pensioners go for so many months without getting their pension, because government often has several other priorities. So on their priority list, pension might not be among the first ones. And that means that the pensioners will go without pension. So the proposal is to change these systems from a defined benefit arrangement to a contributory arrangement so that they are more sustainable. And there's also a need to urgently incorporate ESG aspects in pension investment, and also establishing modalities of assessing reporting on the benchmarks set for the ESG aspects. I thank you for listening to me. Those were the highlights of the 5th APSA conference. And today we are here to attend. These were the highlights of the 4th APSA conference held in Kampala. And today we are here to attend the 5th APSA conference to check ourselves how far we've come from that meeting and today. What have we done? What have we failed to do? That is why we are chronicling the journey to a dignified retirement benefits arrangement for everybody. And for this session, we have a presenter who is Dr. Owen. He will make the first presentation to set the ball running, and thereafter we shall have panelists to respond to the presentation. Allow me to take us through the bio of Dr. Owen. Dr. Owen is a lecturer at the Department of Economics and Development Studies at the University of Nairobi and has several years of experience in research, training, and policy analysis, having worked and consulted with several national and international institutions. Owen previously worked as a policy analyst at the Kenya Institute of Public Policy and Research and Analysis, as an economic analyst at the Communication Authority of Kenya. He is a member of the African Economic Research Consortium. That's a research network. And his research interests are in the financial sector development, corporate finance, trade finance, capital flows, informal sector development, social protection, as well as monetary policy. Join me welcome Dr. Owen.
Good morning. Now, we are here to talk about pension. And so I've already been introduced, but let me say we are the professionals. So what I want to show you is what we see, how we are seeing the sector from outside. So that means the idea is that what we'll be presenting shows how the people outside see the sector. So the question is this what it is representing? That is one. Is the information out there a true representation of what the sector is in terms of development, in terms of the products that we have, and in terms of where we are going? So please allow me to present on, I don't know, the screen has gone blank. Please the screen. Okay, thank you. So this is the outline. I'll try and move as fast as possible to cover most of the issues that we have to. Now we'll start with the introduction. Okay. Thank you. So the outline is as presented in the screen. We'll start with the introduction, basically to provide a setup so that we know. I don't know what's happening with the screen, but so we'll start with the introduction to see what we really mean, or what the pension sector represents to us, why it's important, and what's the major role of pension sector in the economy, either in terms of resource mobilization, in terms of income security for the old people, and for consumption smoothing. Then from there we move to the next part where we'll see the developments in the sector. And we're looking at the current status, looking at in terms of the assets that the sector has, that is one. Investment returns that is there, and in terms of the benefits that are there. And then from there we move to the next part, which is the opportunities which are there. And we'll be looking at the opportunity in terms of avenues that are there for advancement of the pension sector. Some of them have been talked about by the previous speakers, but we'll see further what we need to do. And then lastly, we'll look at the challenges on the sector. I don't know what's wrong with the screen. Let me just get my laptop and then start the presentation. Okay, I'll just continue, though you're not able to see what's happening. Now, social pension provides protection for the elderly. So one issue is that we are looking at how we can be able to secure the livelihood of the elderly. And the main issue is we want to ensure they have a basic income. That's one of the major issues. How we can be able to distribute income among generations. So if you're looking at young and older generation, how do we distribute income so that the older generations are not really burdened in terms of providing for their livelihood? And lastly, how do we provide insurance? So that's another role of social pensions. And this generally looking at the overall social pensions. But then the most common source of social protection is the pension for the elderly. So this is basically where pensions fall in. So the other social pensions, social programs may include insurance programs and employment benefits and things like that. Now, about 78% of the people above retirement age receive some form of old age pension. That is according to data from the ILO. So that means these are people who, upon retirement, they're able to get some benefit. But then, old age social pension is basically an alternative source of income for elderly people. So it's an alternative source of income for elderly people who are not covered. Now, the idea is that you want to see whether, upon retirement, you're able to sustain a meaningful level of life. Are you able to sustain your lifestyle, even up to a certain extent? So that's the main question that we're trying to address with pension. But what we notice is that only about 33% of the working age population contribute to a pension scheme. So that means the number is very minimal. That is worldwide. But within sub-Saharan Africa, we are talking about 6%. So that means the gap is still wide in terms of the contribution to pension schemes. In terms of labor force participation, globally it's about 54%, but in sub-Saharan Africa it's just about 9%. So that means the number of individuals who are employed, but they're not contributing to pension scheme. And slightly less than 10% of the population has contributory pension scheme at any point. Now, why are we focusing on pension funds or pension schemes? One is that it's a main source of livelihood for the individuals, especially for the elderly. And that's a number of things. One is to provide income security for these old people, so that upon retirement you have a source of income, though you're not actively in the labor force. Secondly is to smoothen their consumption pattern. So you can be able to sustain your consumption needs upon retirement. So that's another issue. And then it's also a form of insurance or risk sharing. The second issue why we need pension funds is to address social inequality. Now, we've noticed that upon retirement, people move from a higher income level to a lower income level because they stop earning. Now, if you did not save for old age, for retirement, that means that you're going down in terms of your social level. So pension helps us address this social inequality and also to reduce poverty ratio, especially among the elderly people. Another issue is that it provides, it protects against socioeconomic risks, so that assuming you fall sick upon retirement, how do you support yourself if you're not covered? So this goes hand in hand with insurance, especially old age insurance. And lastly, another role of pension is to provide mobilization of resources, especially for infrastructure development. Because pensions are mainly long-term kind of funds, so they can help countries mobilize resources for long-term investment. Now, the next thing we want to see is how we can use pension funds for resource mobilization. One of the things that has been established is that resource gap in Africa, infrastructure resource gap is about between $68 billion to $108 billion. That is as of 2018. And this is expected to grow over time. So that means there's a gap which is to be filled. Now, these countries have other social obligations which they have to meet and low development. So they also have to finance developments. So one issue is that pension funds can be a source of these long-term investments for these countries. So that instead of getting loans from outside, financing can be raised domestically through the social pension funds, from which these funds get some return. So hence we can use the pension funds to mobilize resources to address the funding gaps that we see. Now, if this happens, then one of the things that it means then is that the pensions are able to diversify their incomes so that they move from the traditional investment assets to other long-term investment assets. And that will be able to match the kind of funds they're holding against the investments that are taking place. Something else is that it will also help them secure the returns on investment. Because at least if you're investing a long-term investment, the returns are more predictable than short-term investments, where the returns may be affected by inflation. Because if you're talking about real return, then if real return is low, then this reduces the earnings that we have. Now let's look at the status of pension sector. The third section, please. Okay, I'm just taking you to where we have reached so that you can see the graph. Sorry. So status and performance of pension sector. So pension coverage in Africa is essentially low in comparison to other regions. So what we see is that, okay, I wanted to present with the graphs on the screen so that you can be able to see, because if I talk, you may not follow. But okay, let's continue. So what we see is that African countries, in terms of effective coverage, labor force covered by pension schemes is about just 13%. Okay? While the world average is about 54%. So that means the gap is still so much wide. But compared to other regions, for instance, Asia and the Pacific is about 55%, Europe and Central Asia is about 84%, and America is about 65%. So this means that African countries are basically lagging behind in terms of coverage, labor force coverage. But what about in terms of old persons coverage? In terms of old persons coverage, Africa is at about 27%, compared to a world average of about 78%. So that gives us a gap of almost 50%. So if you look at performance overall across regions, then Africa is performing much poorer compared to other regions, followed by Arab states, Asia, Americas, and then Europe. So in Europe, for instance, labor force coverage is about 84%, and old persons covered is about 97%. So that means most of the older generation, or people who are at retirement age, are covered in terms of getting the pension benefits. So that means they can be able to ensure their income upon retirement. But then there's also a wide variation in coverage across African countries. If you look across African countries, then you realize that coverage is higher among Southern African countries compared to other regions. Southern African followed by Northern African countries. The reason for this is that most Southern African countries have universal pension coverage. So that means most of the population is covered. Compare that to East African countries where most pensions are contributory. So that affects the level of coverage that we have. So this variation in coverage also means that there's something that needs to be done so that we can be able to cover a large number of the population. Okay, so this is the variation in coverage in terms of the African countries, where towards the left, the right-hand side at the end, most of the countries are in either Northern African or Southern African countries. And this we are looking at effective coverage of older persons and the labor force. But there's also something that you notice from the graph is that there's a variation between the labor force coverage and older persons coverage. So though most of the countries in Southern Africa have higher older persons coverage, labor force coverage is a bit lower. And that is basically because of the universal schemes that they have. But then overall coverage has increased over the last decade, so that if you compare the period between 2000-2005 and 2015-2020, you'll find that most countries have improved. But that improvement is very minimal, so that they're still at the lower end of the pension coverage. And what happens is that most of the countries are concentrated at a lower level where the level of coverage is very low. So what does this mean in terms of pensions that we have and how we cover our population? Basically, it means then that upon retirement, most people are left to fend for themselves. Another thing that we notice is that participation has remained low, with pension contributions forming a very small proportion of GDP. Now, there's a table I have which is showing that, and what we see is that most countries have pension coverage as a proportion of GDP below 1%. Okay. So that means we are not exploiting the resources that we have so that we increase pension coverage. The highest pension coverage we have is maybe in South Africa, where it ranges an average of about between 4.7 to 5% of the GDP. In Namibia, it's about 4.2, 4.3 there, given the data that we have. However, most countries are below 1%, so 0 point something. So that basically shows that there's room for improvement in terms of coverage. But then this low participation rate has also led to a very small proportion of the people covered. So that those who are above the statutory pension age, or those who have retired, very minimum number of them are receiving pension. Now, if you look at across countries or across regions, then Africa is the lowest, and I'm doing a comparison between 2016 and 2020. In Sub-Saharan Africa, we have just 23% in 2016, but this reduced to about 20% in 2020. If you compare to other regions, for instance, Asia, say Europe is 96% 2016 to 97% 2020. North America is almost 100%. So that shows then that the number of old people we cover is very minimal. But then this also varies across the regions in Africa. For instance, in East African region, the coverage is just about 15%. Middle Africa is about 18%. Southern Africa, it's 92%, and West Africa is just 13%. But then if you move to specific countries, there's also a wide variation. From the graph I was showing you, we saw that Southern Africa countries, most of the coverage is high due to universal pension. So if you talk about countries like Botswana, for instance, coverage is almost about 100%. Countries like Lesotho, we have about 94% in terms of total coverage, and Namibia 98, South Africa 93. But then there are countries which have very low coverage. For instance, Sierra Leone is just about 1-2% coverage, using the data that is available. But the reason for this is that Southern African countries have non-contributory pension schemes, so they try to cover more of the population. So these are basically social pension programs. Well, but there are also countries which have both contributory and non-contributory schemes. Now, another thing that area of variation in terms of pension coverage is in terms of the age of retirement. There are certain countries where retirement age is 65 years and above, others 60 and above. But most countries within Africa, it's about 60 and above. But there's also variation in terms of the gender. The gender difference in some countries. For instance, we have Burundi, where we have 65 plus and above for men and 60 and above for women. So these variations also brings in disparities in terms of the coverage within African countries. Now, the reason why most countries have low coverage is because most of them are contributory schemes, and these contributory schemes are basically earnings related. So that if you're earning lower income, then you may be contributing less. But it's also complicated by the issue of informality. Most of the labor is in the informal sector. So if most of the labor is in the informal sector, then they are not covered. Secondly, the unemployment rate also tends to be much higher, so that most of the working population is not in the employment. Okay. So that means then that the countries are not able to mobilize enough resources within the pension framework. But then a number of countries have come up with measures to try and address these issues of informality and the rest. And we were talking about the micro-pension schemes. For instance, we have Kenya, we have the Mbao Pension Plan, which was to address and uncover the micro small enterprises. In Rwanda, we have the Joheza. We also have some in Ivory Coast. In Nigeria, we have in Ghana. So these developments are helping to increase the coverage. Though the challenge still remains because of the level of contribution to these schemes. Contribution to pension are basically savings for the old age. So if the contributions are low, then the benefit you get at the end of the day will basically be low. So that is what is affecting the benefits people drive out of their pensions. But other than the participation, the performance of the funds has also not been impressive. Total assets have been low in most of the cases, so that you find that, for instance, in terms of US dollars, I have a table looking at a period between 2014 and 2022. Just a few countries have contributions above, say, $10 million, okay, in terms of assets, 10 billion. For instance, Namibia, South Africa, Nigeria. Kenya, the average ranges about 10 to 12 billion. Okay. But most of the countries have low. And that is the overall value of assets. But the most important thing, what's the proportion of assets in relation to GDP? Because that shows the extent to which we are deepening the pension sector. Now, if you look at that, then you'll find that most of the countries' term and savings assets in relation to GDP are very low. The only countries that have higher savings assets in relation to GDP are Namibia and South Africa, which range above 80%. Then followed by Botswana, which is about 50 to 60% there, which has been varying. Now, other countries have contributions as a proportion of GDP, which is less than, say, 5%, some are about 10%. And this is where most of the countries fall. So that means then that the mobilization of assets, of resources within the pension sector is not up to that level where we can say now we are at a point where we say then assets, pension assets can be able to help us in the economy. But then another thing that also comes is the allocation of these assets into investment, in allocation of the funds to investment assets. So the pension funds are invested in specific assets. And in most cases, you'll find that investments are in equities and bonds. Okay? For instance, most countries in the Southern Africa countries, most of them are in equities. For example, in Botswana, it's about 67% investment in equity. Malawi, about 54%, and Mauritius is about 54%. If you consider countries in the Western African countries and East Africa, most of them are in government bonds. So, for instance, Ghana is about 85% in government bonds. Nigeria is about 77%. And then in East Africa, Uganda is about 75% in bonds. And Kenya is about 46%. Now, the reason why this is important to look at distribution of assets in terms of where it's invested is we're looking at the return. Pension contributions are basically savings for the workers, and they expect to get a benefit upon retirement. Now, if the assets are not, if the investments are not in assets that are very give higher return, then the benefits they are going to get is also will be affected. So this is the main issue. But one of the things that happens is that the assets being invested on are dependent on the regulatory structure of these countries. So there are regulations which try to provide a limit into which you can put in specific asset classes. For instance, you can say then equity, we say 20% or like that. And the idea is that the regulators want to ensure the funds are protected so that there are no losses. But at the end of the day, we're also considering the return. So that means where pension funds invest are determined by the regulatory factors and also the risk-return trade-off. How much risk are they able to take? Now, government securities are considered to be risk-free, of course, and that is why most of the funds go there, because you are a bit sure about the returns. But the problem is that they are short-term kind of investments. So most of the long-term funds are going towards short-term investments. And hence, we lose in terms of the overall return that we can get in these markets. So what this then does is to create a mismatch between the investments that are made by pension funds and the long-term savings that they hold. Because pension savings are basically long-term funds. Now, the moment we have this mismatch, even though we may have high nominal investment returns, the real returns are likely to be low. And one of the reasons for this is that African countries face high inflation rates. So the macroeconomic factor also comes into play. So we may have countries recording nominal returns of up to 20%, but if you look at the real returns, they can be very minimal or negative. So that it basically means that we're eating into the funds that workers are saving for future benefit to them. So I have a chart which was trying to show the variation, especially in 2022, for specific countries in terms of the nominal returns and the real returns. And I'll just read some of them. For instance, in Botswana in 2022, the nominal return was averagely about 6%, but the real return was -6%. In Egypt, nominal return was about 11%, but real return is -8%. In Ghana, it was about 18%, but real return is -23%. In Zimbabwe, for instance, the nominal return was about 55%, but the real return is -27%. So this shows you what is happening. It basically means that we are eating into the funds that are saved by the people. But then the question is, do we have a control in terms of macroeconomic environment? Maybe not. But then we have to look at avenues through which you can be able to invest these funds so that they can give us better returns. Now, in terms of opportunities, I have 4 opportunities. The first is demographic dividend. That arises from a youthful population. So we have, in African countries, we have a higher population growth rate, averaging about 3% over time. So that means the population is growing at a higher rate, and this varies across the regions compared to other regions. But then with this, there's also a changing population structure where it's projected that by 2050, we'll have higher population within the age of working age population, say between 17 and 65. Okay. Now, the issue is, what do we do with this population? How do we plan ahead for that? One of the things is that we need to invest so that by the time this population budges, because the point of budgeting is different within African countries, then there should be enough opportunities for this population so that they can be able to get employment and everything else. So this is the only way we can be able to resuscitate the pension sector so that we can be able to save for them. Another thing is that the old age population, or the number of people retired, are also increasing. And it's projected that it's growing at a rate of about 3% per year, so that by 2050 we'll have a huge number of older people who needs pension or social support. So we need to plan ahead for this population. And that's where the demographic dividend comes in. And what we need is investment in sectors such as industry, education, and health. Because if we do this, then we can be able to improve, first create employment, improve the capacity of the younger people who are joining the working force, and then we'll be able to collect them in terms of pensions. So that is one of the areas. But with this, the old age dependency ratio is also expected to rise as the older population increases. So we have to plan ahead in terms of how do we take care of this old age population. Because now the old age dependency ratio in Africa is about 6%. But it's projected to increase as more people retire and the population structure changes. In the world, the old age dependency ratio is about 11-12%. It's increasing to 15%. So in Africa, we're about 6%. So that's half of that. But by, say, 2050, 2070, it will almost be catching up to the world old age dependency ratio. The second thing in terms of opportunities is the advances in technology and innovations. How are we taking advantage of advances in technology and innovation? So we need to employ use of technology in pensions regulation and management through innovation and digitization. I know there have been steps countries have been taken towards this, but we need to improve on that more. Now, one of the areas which we can leverage on is the high adoption of mobile technology in African countries. The penetration rate is estimated to be about 50% by 2030, according to the latest report by GSMA. Now, we know that adoption of mobile technology is high in African countries and is increasing, so that though now people are moving from low kind of technology phones to smartphones, still low, but at least that can help us start a point where we can be able to cover this population. So we need to harness this to increase coverage of pensions, especially in the informal sector. The third one is in financial services integration. Okay. So we look at pension funds just as any other financial service. So we have insurance, we have banking, and the land. So what we can do is to try and find a way we can be able to bundle pension products with other financial products. And this has been happening in some countries. For instance, in the Rwanda, where the Joheza program, it tries to bundle pension with insurance so that the moment you register for pension, you're also insured. So this increases the incentive to be able to register in that fund. Okay. So we can be able to see how we can bring in now pension together with other products. Nowadays, for instance, in Kenya, you find banks offering financial products like insurance and the rest. So if we can find a way to also have in place pension products together with that, then that can increase coverage. But then this requires increased awareness of pension schemes. The fourth opportunity that we may have is resource and capacity constraints on infrastructure financing. So the financing gap is very huge in Africa. So that's why most African countries either are financing through loans, mainly, or focusing on FDI. But then pension funds can take advantage of this. Pension funds, together with other institutional investors, by prioritizing investment in infrastructure, okay? Because this will enable them to match their long-term investments, long-term funds to the long-term investment horizon. So the investment can either be directly in projects, for instance, investing in infrastructure projects and infrastructure bonds, or indirectly through listed equity, debt, or co-investments. So this is an area which can be explored. And one of the things that we can do is to try and bring pension administrators together, especially for huge investment projects. Now, challenges, as I finalize, the first is low financial interest rates, which has been talked about. So we need to improve knowledge of pension products and awareness on retirement savings. Because if you do this, then the uptake can be increased. Okay, so I'm almost at the tail end. Let me see. Okay. Second is high levels of unemployment and informality. So this is where I was talking about coverage in terms of, please allow me to go through this very fast so that you see what I was talking about. Coverage, statutory pension age receiving by a pension. And then in terms of participation rate, then, okay, let me move to the next table. So that is the performance, and I was saying that the countries we have marked by almost reddish color shows the countries with the highest level of assets in USD millions. But then if you move to assets as a proportion of GDP, then you find most of the countries are about 5 to 10% there. Countries which are performing better are basically Namibia and South Africa, okay? And now, okay. I think there's a lag by the time I put that. Okay. Oh, sorry. I want to move to the next slide so that you see. Okay. So that's the asset allocation concentration. And this specifically in 2021. This is based on OECD global pension statistics. And what I was trying to do is to look at within that year, what's the proportion of assets allocated, allocation of assets to various investment assets. And you'll find that the concentration is mainly on bonds and equities in most of the countries. So this is the nominal investment returns I was talking about. For instance, look at Malawi. We have returns ranging from 24.2% in 2014 to 19.6%. But if you move to the real investment returns, we have sorry. So those are the comparison of real and nominal investments. I think when I press it, okay. So this is what I was talking about in terms of the nominal returns and real returns. If you look at various countries, and I was speaking specifically on 2022. So this is where we had the complete data for the countries. Okay. So you find higher nominal returns, but negative real returns. Basically meaning that you're eating into investments that we make. Now, opportunities that we're talking about demographic dividend, I think for population. So I was talking about average annual rate of population changes, which is high in Southern African countries. But then we also have changing, sorry. I think there's a lag when I press it and the time moves. Okay, so that's the changing population structure. The first graph is for the 2023, and the other one is for 2050. So that shows an increase. Now, what you see the difference, and that's for African countries, you'll feel that there's a bulge in the middle and an increase at the top. The red section shows population above 65%. So I was using 65% just for illustration. And see that their population increased at that point. And that is the old age population. So we need to start thinking about how we'll take care of this people, given that pension savings are low and the benefits are also very low. No, okay. Oh, it has gone again. Now, I was talking about challenges to pension development, low financial literacy rates levels. I've talked about that. The second is high levels of unemployment and informality. So unemployment is high, especially among the working age population. So what this means then is that So what this means is that very few people are able to afford even the basic needs that they have in their working life, and because of low incomes or very minimal income. So they are not able to support the economic activities. So that means they cannot be able to save for the future. The third challenge is restrictive regulatory environment. So when we talk about regulatory environment, we're looking at the environment where pension funds operate, whether regulatory environment supports product development and encourages pension savings, for instance. So some of them may not be supportive for pension development. And what happens is that there have been changes on regulatory structure to try to increase coverage or uptake of pensions. But this has not really been enough to ensure, okay, so that's where I am, enough to ensure that uptake is increased up to a given level. So most policies do not guarantee universal pension systems. And one of the reasons is because of the financing of these systems. So that's the major challenge that is there in terms of coverage. Now, the next is fiscal and budgetary constraints. Now, if you're talking about universal coverage or universal pensions, then they have to be financed through the exchequer. But we are talking about lack of resources. So that means then there's a competition of resources between development programs and supporting social programs. So these competing budgetary needs then means that we are not able to fully finance pension programs that we need to do. So though we know that very few people have covered, but we don't have resources to do that. The fifth challenge is cybersecurity and technology-related risks. So if we use technology and move towards technology to support pension development, one of the challenges we're likely to face is the issue of technology. One is the cybersecurity risk, and secondly is the risk of downtime due to unreliable infrastructure. The infrastructure is not well developed in Africa. So you'll find areas, for instance, if you're using mobile technology, where you have no reliable network. So that may affect the kind of products that we have and the services that we have as pensions. Number 6, the intergenerational family structure. So this is more of the cultures that we have. We believe in supporting one another. So that means when you're employed, you're working, you want to support your siblings and your relatives. So you don't give focus to saving for your future. What then it means that by the time you're retiring, you have nothing you have saved to support yourself. Initially, in the African culture, we know that when somebody gets old, they get support from the relatives. But this is dying out. So that means you can be working for, say, 20, 30 years, but you retire into poverty. So that's a risk. Another one is the climate change risk, and this is related to extreme climate events and unpredictable weather. So this can affect investments that we make on pension funds, and it also leads to resource competition, displacement of livelihoods, and may also have high fiscal costs. For instance, if you have floods, which affect infrastructure, so you have to restore this infrastructure. So that means we have to move resources from what had been planned to this supporting these climate effects. The third one, which I think is the most important for these people in this room, is data limitations and requirements. I'm finished. Yeah, that's the first one. Now, I'm putting this as a challenge because one of the things we need to do as pension practitioners, whether you are a supervisor or a provider, what we need to do is to have enough information to help us manage the pension sector. This information can only get from the data that we have. Because data informs policy decisions that we make and for the regulators, but also help drive product innovation. The major challenge with pension in Africa is that there's no data. The ones that are there are basically scattered. So you cannot be able to make concrete decisions or quick policy decisions. So what I may request the people in this room is that we start sharing information amongst yourselves. You have APSA as the major institution in this. So I request that pension practitioners, supervisors, start a way of sharing data. This will make it easy to learn from others. For instance, if you're trying a micro-pension scheme, let others know the benefits that you get, the challenges that you face, and any failures that you may have, so that this can help us work on, improve on how we do this. it should also be a source for pension information in Africa. Most of the data I'm relying on, I'm getting from outside institutions. So this shows that there's a really big gap that we need to fill. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Owen, for that detailed presentation. Allow me to summarize in just a few bullets what I took away. You could have taken several things, but just a few things. I noted that he highlighted that only 10% are contributing to any form of pension. Can you imagine that? That shows the kind of work that we have to do as pension regulators and supervisors to make sure that the 90% of the working population is able to contribute to retirement. He also emphasized the need of saving for retirement. One of them is consumption smoothing. This means you're able to maintain the same lifestyle you had while you were still working. You maintain the same in retirement. So that is work for us. He also highlighted the wide pension coverage gap in Africa, mentioning that at least South Africa, yes, they are better than us, but they are also not, they haven't yet reached even 20%. They're at 4.7%. While the rest of us are at 1% or below. Still, this defines the kind of work that we have. He also emphasized the young population, that this is an opportunity that we can tap into and encourage them to also start saving. Let's preach the message when they are still early, catch them young. When they reach the age of retirement, they will have appreciated the need to save for retirement. So to help us further appreciate this detailed discussion, we have a panel of distinguished discussants that is lined up. And in the interest of time, we shall allocate each of the panelists 5 minutes and to respond to a few questions. And on our panel, we have Mrs. Namakwa M. Mtini, who is the Registrar and CEO of the Pensions Insurance Authority. You're welcome, ma'am, to the podium. We also have Mr. Marcus Elizabeth, who is the Manager, Policy and Product Development from the Seychelles Financial Services Authority. Mr. Marcus, please come to the podium. With us, we have Ms. Zarina Kamrodin. This is our chairperson of APSA. She is the head of the Fund and Governance Trustee Conduct Department in the Retirement Fund Supervision Division at the Financial Sector Conduct Authority. This is from South Africa. Last but not least, we have Mr. Katbath Mungoma, who is the Director responsible for pensions and life insurance at the Insurance and Pensions Commission of Zimbabwe. Welcome, Mr. Katbath. And our dear panelists, in the interest of time, as I said, thank you so much. We'll start with our dear host, Ms. Namakau, and our question to you is to give us a brief overview of the pension system in your country, highlighting the design, pension assets, and coverage levels for the formal and informal sector. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Rita. I'll just speak to, really in brief, the overview of the pension system in Zambia, and I believe a number of African countries have similar kind of a landscape. And so Zambia has a three-tier pension system, or pillar, as we sometimes call it. The first pillar being the mandatory scheme, which is a national pension scheme, and it's administered by the National Pension Scheme Authority. It is a defined benefit scheme, and it covers both the formal and the informal sectors of our country. Then we do have a second pillar where we have two public pension schemes that are established by acts of parliament. And we also have the voluntary occupation pension schemes, which are regulated by the Pensions and Insurance Authority. And we also administer this through the Pension Scheme Regulation Act. The DB, the public schemes are predominantly defined benefit schemes, while the private occupation schemes have a blend of both both defined benefit as well as defined contribution. But I think because of the intrinsic challenges that are there in the defined benefit schemes, we have seen that a number of schemes are gravitating towards the defined contribution, and that in itself presents a lot of issues in terms of member protection, because effectively the risk now transfers to the members as opposed to the scheme. So that's a conversation that we can have around that. And the third pillar consists of the personal pension plans that are currently being offered by some long-term insurance companies in the market. And it is this third pillar that we believe that we should promote, because it is the one that is very critical to augmenting the other pillars that are already existing. I think you'll note that most of the time the pain point at retirement is people complain it is not enough. I think we heard in the guest of honor speech, the Honorable Minister of Finance, he spoke to the issue of the pension not being sufficient. But it's because predominantly our markets haven't spent a lot of time in the third pillar, which is the personal pension plans. I think when people are working and in active, gainful employment, whether you're in the formal sector or the informal sector, there has to be that encouragement for people to set up their own personal pension plans to be able to augment the other occupation pension plans that are in place. So in terms of the estimated size of the market as at the end of 2022, we had approximately 90 billion kwacha, which is, when you look at roughly the current exchange rate, we have about 3.6 billion US dollars in really assets under management, which is about 17% of our gross domestic product. And so the industry, like I earlier indicated, is predominantly covers the formal sector, and there have been strides that have been seen in the National Pension Scheme to try and cover the informal sector. We still have to fix the legislation for the private sector to ensure that we can unlock that, because a lot of legislation, I think Zambia is not unique to that. It assumes an employer and employee relationship. But when you look at the landscape of Africa, most people are working on their own. They're in the informal sector, so how do we bring them in? So we have to then unlock it by ensuring that legislation responds to that. And that's part of what we're trying to look at. And so the scheme with the highest coverage rate, like I earlier indicated, is the National Pension Scheme, and currently we have about 965,000 against the total employment sector estimated about 3.3 million kwacha, 3.3 million people, which translates to approximately 29%, while the private sector accounts for about 4.5%. And when you have a conversation across different markets, this narrative may look different. I had the pleasure of having a conversation, I think Ghana can talk to us about their experience. I met somebody from Ghana not long ago, and the private sector seems to have a bigger, slice as opposed to what we have in Zambia. But again, these are issues that we need to look at. How do we unlock it to ensure that we have a lot of private sector participation? Madam Moderator, I can take a pause given the time I was allocated. Thank you.
Thank you, our dear host, for taking us through the Zambian pension system. Mr. Marcus, you will take the next question. What are the primary challenges currently facing the pension system in your country, and how are they being addressed?
Thank you, Madam Chair. One of our main primary challenges in Seychelles that we're currently facing is the sustainability of the pension fund and the longevity of the fund. Actually, in Seychelles, our structure is that we have one state pension, which is regulated under the primary legislation, which has been in place for quite a long time. And our coverage for all employees in Seychelles, mainly around 61,000 out of a population of 100,000, contribute towards the fund. And out of the 61,000, maybe around 50,000, equal 85% are from the formal sector. And from the formal sector, we have those people who are working are getting quite old. And the age population is increasing a lot, and they are requesting quite a lot of funds when they are retiring. And the younger population are decreasing. They are not actually making any investment or making any contribution. So to try to alleviate the issue that will be arising maybe in the long term is that the government actually wants to introduce what we call a diversified pension system in Seychelles. Basically, we're going to have state pension as well as private pension schemes, which will be voluntary for anyone who are able to contribute a little bit more and rely on other source of funds when they retire. This is to ensure that the longer we live, we do not necessarily need to rely on state pension, because the amount of money that is currently in the fund, based on various actual report, maybe 10 or 15 years from now, we're definitely going to be a little bit more in trouble. So what were the policy responses to that? Like I stated before, the government wants to diversify the different schemes, introduce private pension schemes, whereby employees who are currently offering schemes will have to be registered and also provide them with the new schemes. The intention is to diversify the investment that the state pension actually focus on. Currently, about 77% of the investment are from real estate. And the real estate investment depreciates over time. So there are other sectors which they want to diversify, for example, within the capital market sector and also within the banking and insurance sector. Also, there were considerations about increasing the eligibility age. Currently, it stands at 63. So the intention is to increase it to 65 years old. And also the interest rate for voluntary contribution, the return that any person might be able to get, it will be increased over a period of time. So the more you contribute voluntarily, the more return you intend to make to get when you retire. And also another consideration that the government thought about is having foreigners to contribute a percentage of their salary. Basically, the remittances that are transferred abroad, they are retained. That goes into the state fund. And also, in terms of having to permit the retirees, once they reach the age of 65, they can continue to work and continue to pay their state pension fund at whatever amount they wish. So this is the state pension fund that we have. The other fund that we have in Seychelles is the Social Security. It's basically a safety net which allows for any retirees to get a fixed amount of money. The government is also considering reform, whereby depending on the level of income that one person gets, it might be optional or it might be voluntary whether to get the state pension or the Social Security pension. So as to, once again, mitigate the reliance of having to rely on the state pension as a source of income whenever they retire. So this is basically the main policy reforms that in Seychelles we are undertaking. And once we're able to put in place the private pension schemes, the belief is that there has been quite a number of interest of having various pension administrators to be set up in Seychelles from foreign as well as local. So the belief is that once the law comes into place, it will diversify the pension products within the country. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcus, for taking us through the Seychelles experience. That takes us to Mr. Kirkbath's question. What are the key recommendations that you would suggest to improve pension systems across Africa, such that we can ensure a dignified retirement for all?
Thank you, ma'am. The first recommendation is I would recommend holistic pension reforms as part of the National Economic Development Agenda, as well as part of the financial sector development plans. That's very key because pension reforms themselves require policy support as well as political will to institute some of the reforms. What I would recommend as part of the broad reforms of the national pension systems in Africa would include issues to do with the coexistence of different pillars of social protection, particularly the mandatory vis-a-vis those that are voluntary, including private individual savings, issues to do with closing coverage gaps. Previous presentations have highlighted the role of the informal sector in Africa, so they certainly need to tap into opportunities within the informal sector. Key as well as part of the national reform agenda is the issue of post-retirement health funding model. I think it is very critical. There are gaps from the way we see it as Zimbabwe, where at old age, the current model assumes that one would continue contributing into a medical aid scheme. But post-retirement, that's when we need, that's where we face most of our health needs. So we need a pension system that speaks to funding of post-retirement health, then tax incentives and other incentives for harnessing long-term savings through pensions could be part of the reforms. Institutional reforms to strengthen governance of pension funds in both public and private sector. This is key given the long-term nature of pensions. I would also recommend the issue of transitioning from the pay-as-you-go schemes, particularly for government, to funded schemes, then legal reforms to support those broad national reforms. Key as well could be the issue of fostering price stability, policy consistency, macroeconomic growth, and development, given the symbiotic relationship that exists between the development of the pension sector and the development of the economy. Then related to that could be the issue of considering making ICT infrastructure for pensions as a national infrastructure. It's key for curing the problem of data integrity. I think most of our African markets do face the challenge of data integrity. The current service providers, these are profit-driven, and I believe we can get a cue from countries like Hong Kong, Turkey, among others, which are coming up with these ICT databases as national infrastructure. That's key in the sense that it will result into cost savings and facilitate portability of pensions, be it in the domestic market or cross-border. Then I believe the issue of remote access to national databases is also key for the pensions industry, such that existence is confirmed remotely and issues to do with pension fraud can be addressed. I believe the issue of financial literacy is also a key recommendation for policy consideration, particularly the issue of incorporating financial literacy programs in the national curricula. Then opportunities within the African Continental Free Trade Area. I think there are a number of investment opportunities that do exist. Commitments have been done at a political level, and possibly is a sector we really need to appreciate what's there for us, such that as we consider investment opportunities within the region, that could be a guiding parameter. Then lastly but not least, A lot of us, I think the subject of ESG has been mentioned in various fora of pension funds. IOPS has come up with a guideline. Regulators have discussed this. But I think we need a policy guidance. Our governments have committed to various international agreements, including the 2016 Paris Agreement. They've come up with nationally determined contributions. But we are a resource-based country. So possibly as a sector, we need a policy guidance and direction regarding the risk appetite, as well as the aspect of embracing sustainability financing through the pensions industry. That would be my submission, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Katpath, for those brilliant recommendations. That brings us to Ms. Zarina's question. We were told that South Africa, yes, we're all doing badly, but South Africa is not as badly off as we are. So would you kindly share the key reforms that have been undertaken in your country's pension system in the recent years, and what has been their impact on coverage, adequacy, and sustainability? Over to you.
Thank you very much, Rita, for that question. I think, in the interest of time, I'm just going to discuss one of the major reforms that has recently been passed. So in June of this year, the Revenue Laws Amendment Bill was passed, as well as this month, the Pension Funds Amendment Bill was passed to give effect to what is called the two-part system. So what the two-part system, it's one of the major reforms in the past 20 years, in fact. What it seeks to address, it's basically two challenges that we've been facing as South Africans. The one is the access issue. There's consistently been calls for access, whilst in service. And that became more pronounced with the COVID-19 pandemic, with COSATU, our trade union federations, calling for access to the pension benefits. But as the saying goes, one never lets a good crisis go to waste. And to deal with the other aspect, which I think the good doctor has dealt with, is that even though we have $5.5 trillion rand, which I think is approximately $300 billion of assets under management, which is not negligible. It's, I think, one of the highest in the world, 27th if I'm not mistaken. But yet only 6% of South Africans are able to retire comfortably. In other words, with a 75% income replacement ratio. So of course we want that narrative to change, because that has been the narrative for a long time. So what the two-part system does is not only allow access, and it's limited access. So there's access to seeding of 10%, basically of people's current fund credits, and going forward you may access, so in the next tax year you may access your contributions plus investment return, net contributions plus investment returns, 1/3 thereof. However, it also provides that 2/3 of contributions has to be compulsorily preserved. So we are hoping, and the modeling by actuaries have indicated, that the new system ought to provide 2.5 times to 3 times more in respect of what is currently being saved by South Africans. So it is a reform that has been welcomed, or broadly welcomed. There are obviously some concerns in certain sectors, but generally, I mean, it's one of, the two bills, it was unusually supported by all the political parties. It had support by COSATU, as I said, our trade union federation, business and government. Because I think, of course, the important part for us is that previously people who just, when they resign, when they are dismissed or retrenched, they would just cash out their benefits. Now that's not going to be the case anymore. Whatever's in your retirement pot, you'll only be able to purchase an annuity with that at retirement. So we're hoping that this pension reform, yields the results that we're hoping. And there are good indications that it ought to. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zarina. We are left with less than 2 minutes to wind up this session. So starting from the extreme end, let's give our parting shots in less than a second, starting with Dr. Owen.
Okay, thank you. What I can say is that we are here to plan for our future. Okay. Very soon you'll be retirees. What are you planning for yourself? So that's the key question you have. So you should prepare an environment where upon retirement, you're able to sustain yourself. Your friends, relatives, colleagues are able to sustain themselves. But one question we need to address as African countries is, do we know our needs? How do we prioritize them? Okay. And this relates to development of infrastructure to support the pension system and financing. So that is what I'll leave you with. But the key thing is we need to be informed by data. As we move towards technology, we need real-time information. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Owen. Marcus, please, your parting shot.
I will talk from the perspective of from Seychelles as a small island states. Like the doctor has stated, we need to plan for the future. And this is something that the government is taking really hard and seriously. And the future reforms that are currently being undertaken and will be taken in the years to come will ensure that the current generation and future generation do have the ability to retire safely. And it is a work that needs to be done collectively and from lessons learned from different countries and best practices. And I'm guaranteed that the prosperity of the African continent when it comes to retirement will be achieved. Not in 2 years, 5 years, but in the long term. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcus. Sarin, let's hear what South Africa has to tell us.
So I think that what we will be focusing on next is most probably auto-enrollment. Unfortunately, unlike Zambia that has the mandatory contributory pillar, we don't have that. But we thought that to ease South Africans into it, because I think two-pot is already something that's quite, it's a major reform that still has to be bedded down. So we are, there are discussions around auto-enrollment. What form it's going to take, I think that we still have to iron out. But of course, with auto-enrollment, we're hoping to cover as many, firstly, formal sector workers as possible. And of course, we also have to focus, because we have, even though we have approximately, I think it's 16 million employed South Africans, employed South Africans, 11 million are formal sector workers, and we have 5 million, approximately 5 million that are informal sector workers. And unlike many of our colleagues who appear to have done, like Rwanda and Kenya and Ghana, etc., that appear to have, in Burundi, they appear to have done some good work on the micro pensions or in terms of providing coverage for informal sector workers. We haven't really addressed that. So that is also something that, of course, that will be given our attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Zarin. Karpeth, please give us your parting shots.
Thank you, Chair. Old age is as certain as death. So the role of pensions in socio-economic development cannot be overemphasized. We need to continuously reflect, assessing the pension value chain from design, governance, investments, up to the member outcomes. Collectively, we can make it as Africa in tackling the African challenges. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll have the registrar give us her parting shots as the head of pensions and insurance from Zambia. Please, madam.
Thank you so much. I think the wish list, if you like, for Zambia, on top of the wish list, is for us to have a convergence of policy and regulatory framework for our pension system, because we're able to achieve what we desire to achieve within the three-pillar system that I spoke to. So there has to be some form of convergence in terms of policy as well as the regulatory framework that we hope that the service providers, the key players, can also, come together and ensure that we can achieve the aspirations of the three-tier system. And certainly we need to look at the aspect of the benefits that we're offering to our members, and we look at the contribution rates as well. It's something that we believe we need to fix. And so, yes, a consolidation of regulatory and policy perspectives, I think, is very critical, to achieve anything that we're talking about, I think, for the next 2 days. Thank you.
Thank you so much, dear panelists. I'm honored to be your moderator for this session. And thank you for sharing your country experiences. There's a lot to learn from each other. We have done something, but there's still a lot more to do. So I'm sure by the end of this conference, we shall have come up with more certain recommendations and directions on the best options. Thank you so much.
Thank you so very much. Another round of applause for the panelists. As you step down, we have little tokens of appreciation to give to you. So ask the ladies to bring them up now. That's for all the speakers. Once again, a round of applause for the first panel of the day. Thank you. We'll quickly go into the next session, but just before we do, this afternoon we would like for you to begin to experience the excitement of Livingston. We have a boat cruise that has been arranged for all the delegates, fully paid for each and every one. So we want for all of you to come and enjoy it, board the boat and enjoy the time that you will spend on it. But we need you to sign some forms. I was told they will be distributed. I think they'll be distributed. The forms, do we have the forms to pass around? So even as a presentation and the next session is going on, forms will be passed around for you to sign, to give consent and to show intention. Yeah. You will enjoy it, I can assure you, and you have nothing to worry about. So, the forms will be passed around. And also, please remember, the clinic is still there for those that may need it. So, we will go very quickly into the fourth session, session 4, which is the transformative impact of technology on pension supervision. And this will be moderated by Mr. Lazarus Casey, who is the Deputy Director, Research Strategy and Planning at the Retirement Benefits Authority of Kenya. Mr. Casey is a distinguished economist with a remarkable career spanning over 25 years in the financial sector and pension industry. His expertise is deeply noted in a profound understanding of intricate economic concepts, financial programming, and public finance. He holds a Bachelor of Arts in Economics from the prestigious University of Nairobi and a Master's in Economics from the University of Milan in Italy. Let's put our hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for Mr. Lazarus Casey.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I think we are running behind schedule, and I'm going to request my colleagues in this session to a little bit compress so that we catch up with the time. We are going to start with a presentation by Darius Tanko, doctor from IOPS. I'll request that we all of us in the room, he has a large career in pension administration, and I'm avoiding going to go through his CV because of time. All of us have known him. He has done a lot. At the moment, he's the head of the Secretariat IOPS, and we are going to have a presentation from him. I request him, it's virtual, I request him to take just 15 minutes, where, if possible, less than 15 minutes so that we can catch up. So I yield back to Dr. Darius to do the presentation, then we proceed from there.
just tell me whether the slides are visible?
Yes, they are.
Okay, can I start?
Please go ahead, sir.
Okay, thank you so much. So, this is the short, well, that's a presentation which was supposed to be for 20 minutes. I will try to be shorter. And that's a work that the IOPS was doing mainly led by my colleague, Dignified. And I just wanted to share with you a couple of ideas. So the IOPS was working on the issues related to the digitalization of IT changes for quite a couple of years. We have a paper which is talking about the digitalization in pension supervision, which is relatively fresh, but we still need to bear in mind that the survey was done somewhere in 2023. The speed of development of these areas is very high, so some of this information might have changed. We have also a couple of more patent papers which were looking at several other impacts, and we also work on the data collection and the risk-based supervision, which, if you have interest, you should also have a look at. So basically, of course, the change digitalization is something which is of the priority of the pension supervisors, because it helps to increase the efficiency of the supervision. It simply speaking helps to have more efficient processes, better data, and more informed decision taking. It also is something which is useful for the risk-based supervision. As you can see, at the moment where we were doing the research, it was quite early stage of adoption of various items. It was also very diversified across the jurisdiction and also across the supervision. So, as I said, the things are changing. Maybe it would be worthwhile to come back to this topic in a year or so to see how is the current situation. So here's the full list of the benefits. I don't want to read that for the sake of the time, but that's from the perspective of the pension supervisors and supervisor entities. I was listening to the previous presentation, but I think that from the African perspective, the benefits which are related to the communication, portability, and the security, and somehow the experience of the other countries like Mexico, for instance, which are offering digital tools for incentivizing savings, is something which is also very important. From the perspective of the supervisors, with the use of the more efficient data, it's better, quicker, and more informed decision taking, which means also better supervision and lower cost and better communication. So that's rather the slide which says where is the supervisory technology being used. So there are a couple of areas. One is related to the digital regulation. This is something which is being tested in Australia, and it is simply speeds up the interaction between the supervisors and the entities, increases the transparency because it's easier to navigate the regulatory framework, improves compliance. It's a very early stage, it's something which is, I would say, we need to ask, for instance, our Australian colleagues if they manage to introduce that by this year. They plan to have this kind of project introduced in the prudential architecture by 2024. The other area is the data-related things, which is collection, analysis, and storage. So this is data collection is more advanced, I would say. The other elements are analysis early stage, and the storage is also advanced. So for the storage, it's quite obvious it is the solution which is now going towards the either in-house or private cloud computing. For the data collection, it is about the automatization of the regulatory supervisory returns. For the data analysis, here is some area for in artificial intelligence, but it comes with a lot of risks, which I cannot probably gather here. But for instance, one of the examples, I think this is the Dutch example, is that they try to see whether the artificial intelligence can, out of the huge amount of data, can find some kind of trends or patterns or some kind of signals of the behavior that would require the human intervention in terms of the supervisors. Digital platforms, it's something which is currently very well advanced in Hong Kong, China. Our colleague from NPFA has delivered a couple of presentations, and we will be discussing that also at the next meeting. It is a full system which is supposed to facilitate the interaction between the supervisor entities to gather all the data and also make it possible for the members to have a very quick and efficient experience with changing their provider, checking their savings, and taking a lot of other decisions. Similar in the spirit is the online intermediary platform, which is being developed by the Monetary Authority of Macau. And also, this type of platforms are supposed to help the interaction between the supervisor and entities for the licensing, for the submission of the returns, for the communication, but also somehow facilitate the communication with the members. So, and it's a very powerful tool to obtain cost saving on that. The other area is the kind of transition. For instance, the Kenyan colleagues mentioned that they are considering using the blockchain technology to enable safe record keeping and transaction processing. And it's also somehow securing the transactions. We have also automatization that I mentioned of the work, of the supervisory work. So basically speaking, it is all the processes were coming from the level of the data where the human intervention is not needed until some moment when it is then allowing supervisors to intervene or to verify the elements which are signaled to them, not to process all the action. There is something which was mentioned in terms of the data collection. Roughly speaking, less than half of the respondents were saying that they are using application programming interfaces, which are supposed to help collect and disseminate data. And you have in the slide the numbers of the jurisdictions which responded that they are using some of those technologies here on the slide. As you can see, this is quite limited yet, but presumably, as I said, next year, if we run similar survey, it might be providing much bigger numbers. The challenges, of course, there are many challenges. It's a capacity of the supervisors in terms of learning how to use that, in terms of having enough money, in terms of changing the culture, there's a quality of data. And the problem is that when you change the IT system, sometimes it's easier to do something from scratches rather than adding new layers of more modern technology to the systems which are outmoded. There are technical issues, as I mentioned also, operational issues related to the safety of the processes. There are risks related to the legal risks, the risks related to the artificial intelligence or other technologies which are not very transparent in terms of, you get the message what you should be doing as a supervisor, but you don't have the explanation why you should be doing that. And also all this discussion that we already had related to the biases which are in the algorithms. And of course, the issue related to the industry and the stakeholders about any change requires a lot of work. I did not mention here in this slide, but one important thing is also that artificial intelligence might be helpful for securing the efficiency of the administration of the pension plans in terms of the keeping the access to the information, to keeping some kind of memory of the institution. That's also an avenue which is very interesting. So I think that the key learnings are here in the slide, but I will not cover them. I would say that basically, as a summary, that we have observed some entering to the stage of the modern technologies. This is relatively slow. There are some areas of the main applications as on the slide where we identified that they are being used more or less. Those technologies which are on the screen, they also call for instance, even the issue of who is regulating the providers of these technologies. This is an issue. The cooperation with other supervisors. So there is a lot of challenges. But of course, this is the avenue that offers a huge improvements in terms of the efficiency and also costs. So this is a graph that you can have a look at the later stage. So with that, I would like to conclude. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Stanko. It's, I think from what has been presented and some of us who are using the technology, we appreciate that the impact of technology on pension supervision has been very great, especially for those who are using. So maybe to discuss further, and I'll request Dr. Darius to remain so that as we discuss some of the issues, he'll make a final submission on it. But we agree that technology has a lot of meaning in pension supervision. So it does a lot of things, including from data quality, storage, and I hope as we dive in with my colleagues into the discussion, we are going to look at exactly how the technology has had a cutting edge, especially in the application and enhancing pension efficiency, risk management, regulatory compliances. With me, I'm going to have colleagues, panelists. We are going to discuss deep on the specific issues, especially matters relating to the initiatives that are going on, how the technology has improved the pension supervision. So first, we have a colleague from Uganda who I believe will be on virtual. I don't know if she has joined. We have Daisy. Daisy is from UBRA. Has she joined? She's on, eh? Then we have Dr. William Nyaenga. Mr. Nyaenga is a program developer. He's one of those rare skills, guys who have changed from medical doctor to IT. So I welcome him on the podium. Then we have Wesley
Recording
Nate.
in progress.
Wesley is a Manager Information Technology, National Pension Regulatory Authority from Ghana. We are going to hear how technology has transformed in their place. Then we have Mr. Kamiso. Mr. Kamiso is the Chief Executive Officer, Financial Services Regulatory Authority, Eswatini. The other name is very long. You will excuse me. In Kenya, I think the longest name has around seven digits only. Then we have Ms. Lovisa. Ms. Lovisa is General Manager, Pension Funds, Namfisa, Namibia. So we are going to look at respective issues that have arisen from the presentation, and one of it, which I'm going to request Wesley to look. No, that's Daisy. Daisy, could you describe the technologies, initiatives implemented in your country, pension supervision, and how they have contributed towards efficiency and effectiveness?
Okay. Thank you, Casey, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Good afternoon.
Hope I'm as audible as possible. Yes? You can hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
So in Uganda, we developed a risk-based supervision system. And we launched this risk-based supervision system, automated system, in November of 2023. And I like what Dr. Sanko has presented, because we considered a lot of what is needed for a regulator in terms of engaging internally, but also with the licensed entities. So the kind of system that we have launched and established out there, which is now called the UBRA Bridge, basically bridging with the regulated entities, has majorly three components. The first component is on the client side, that is basically providing a digital communication channel between the regulator and the licensed entities. And in there, we have lots of modules that allow for a licensed entity to submit their licensing application, changing their record, updating their information, including updating directors, key officers. All that now can be done on the system. And what that has done for us, one, is to allow that these entities now have a self-monitoring structure within their entities. Because you will know when somebody has exited, and immediately you can just go onto the portal and you update their record yourself. The system also has a reporting system, and here we have the standard reports that we receive as a regulator, the quarterly reports, the annual reports, and any kinds of reports that we may require in there. But what we have also done is to provide for on-site inspections within that same framework. So that if I go out and have an on-site inspection, I can just include my information or my findings onto the system, and immediately we have risk rating migrating. So every time information is updated, you will have migration of an entity's risk rating. We have also provided for compliance validation during submissions, so that basically it allows generally for that self-monitoring. Because previously you would have data submitted manually, you go through an analysis process, you get back to the entity with missing information or with data that is not up to date. But right now what happens is the system would not allow somebody to submit information that is not updated, that is not correct, and that is not matching. So we've provided for certain validations in there to allow that even the regulator then doesn't have to spend a lot of time in validation, but to spend more time in analysis and assessment. What this has helped us is to allow us to receive data that is as clean as possible. So now entities have to now internally also check their records and their information so that ultimately that matches what fits into our modules. We've also gone ahead to automate our internal workflow, the supervisory workflow. It's now all automated, that at any given time you will know where a certain item or activity falls and where it has lagged, who is handling what, is all now something that is on the system. So ultimately what this has helped us, we now feed that into now the risk assessment module. We have a fully fledged risk assessment module that incorporates both the quantitative data that we receive from the returns and submissions, but also the qualitative data that comes in from things like the validations from on-site inspection. We have interrogatories that are issued every now and then, and that helps us to then feed all the scheme information or the service provider information into that same portal. We now have risk assessment for both the service providers as well as the schemes to be able to assess and understand who is doing what within the sector and how do we support them. How this has helped us in having these initiatives, other than having clean data and quick reporting, it has also reduced the burden of supervision for these entities. We now can be able to use the lean staff that we have to manage a wider supervision framework for all the schemes that we license, but also, saving time that was used in validating. We now use more of that time in analysis and getting into the sector. So essentially, that is what we have incorporated, and the structure that we have in there is that we're using APIs. And these APIs allow that entities can then integrate with our system to make it easy for them to report without having to go through the cycles of regenerating the same information. But also we have incorporated Power BI to allow us in the component of data analytics, bundling data and having trend set and having more informative information that can support supervisory action. Thank you, Casey.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Daisy. Now, I'm now turning to Wesley, and I would wish you to tell us the success story where technology significantly improved pension supervision practices in your country, and the challenges that you may have faced, and what were the key outcomes in that. So welcome. And I would request maybe some 5 minutes each so that we save on time.
Thank you. I think Madam Daisy has said a lot about how technology has improved. Well, the supervisories, I'm talking about, that's in Uganda. So I'll give key highlights of some of the things that we've also improved in Ghana. So I'll give you key highlights. And the first thing I'll look at is the RBSS system, which has been a game changer for Ghana. And I will say this by thanking, I will say Kenya, because we learned a lot by visiting Kenya to see what they are doing in terms of the RBS system. And through our visits, we got the Attain solution. And I'm glad they are here, because through the Kenyan brothers here, some of the key things that we have in our system. Number one, I would say, is digital record management. Formerly, all those things were done manually, but through their system, all records of all our pensioners have been grouped into a system, let me say, database. And one key game changer that they've done for us, we call it a data bank. Now, with the help of the data bank, if a contributor or a pensioner want to know the number of schemes, or let me say places that their money are, sometimes you work with company A for 10 years, you move to another company, a third company, through the system. Because all the service providers report to the authority or the supervisor, we can track and know all the companies you work with. So once you give us your SNIT number, which is our tier 1, we can, or let me say your Ghana card number, we can track and know all or every company you have worked with, plus where your money is. So you don't need to be finding out which service provider. So through that system, we're able to do that, which is the game changer. Number 2, I would say through the RBS system that was built for us, we also have what we call the mobile app, which is joined to the system. Now, formerly, people have to travel more than 100 kilometers from the northern part of Ghana, coming down south, just to know who their pension supervisor, let me say, their pension custodian is, or let's say, who the corporate trustee, when I say corporate trustee, those who are holding their funds. But with the mobile app, you can just use let's say USSD code. You just type star with some code, and once you enter, you can know your service provider. You don't need to come down. So there's a mobile app that is also joined into the system. Then the next thing I'll also look at is which just same thing like Madam Daisy said, reporting to the authority, monitoring, supervision, all those things, KPIs, everything is embedded in the system. So now workflows, working has become very easier, and it has made our tax easier to work with. So I think one of the things that have changed the supervisor in Ghana is using our RBS system that was built by our Kenya counterparts. And I'll also give credit also to, I would say, the Swiss government, helping us also to go through the toolkit of IOPS. And it also helped us to build our RBS system. So these are some of the game changers or some of the things that have improved Ghana's supervision in terms of RBS. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Wesley. I will now turn to Mr. Kamiso, and I would wish him to briefly just tell us what are the primary regulatory challenges they faced in integrating technologies into the pension supervision, and how these challenges were addressed briefly. Welcome, Mr. Kamiso.
Thank you, moderator. Well, we are still on the challenges phase. We have not yet resolved them, but it's a journey that we are going through. The FSRA, as an integrated regulator looking at almost all the non-bank financial institutions in the kingdom, has been on a learning path since 2010. So in its own strategy embedded, and the learnings and aspiration that it has is to integrate those industries into functional responsibilities, so that the issues that come through in terms of supervisory approaches, RBS models, and as well as RegTech and SUPTech are a bit focused and directed to the sectors with specificity. So in terms of our learnings, when we integrate technology, obviously it has to start from the regulator itself, and that is where we have started. Our short-term strategy speaks to digitalization and automation of our services, and in that our core reporting platform has been borrowed from the central bank platform. So it's also a work in progress to try and bring in customization. We have our friends from Malawi who have been using it on the NBFI space, but largely it is for central banks. So in trying to bring those risk modules in and integration of technology and innovation with our service industries, it has to start from there. So we are working on adaptation issues to ensure that it provides the right platform. And when you then try to bring in issues of innovation, then it speaks to privacy issues, data protection, cybercrime, which is an existential threat in our industry. So we are trying to look at those dimensions in one. We have recently set up a data protection authority, and we are in that process. We are rolling out the framework and also trying to align our legislative framework with that of the Communications Commission. So our players are also at that developmental path where they have to build systems that communicates with the regulator but also respects the national principles and national aspirations around data protection. The fraudulent events that are reported seasonally are also bringing in some challenges to acceptance and integrity of the financial infrastructure rails in the kingdom. So the central bank, as a supervisor of transactory or fintech that are into the payment space, mobile money platforms, we have collaborative efforts to ensure that our fintechs that are sitting in the NBFI space are assured of integrity and data issues. And lastly, moderator, would be to speak to now issues that touch on the pension funds themselves, particularly around the cost of administration. We still are operating from a platform where administration is tied to payroll, and it's very expensive for particularly the beneficiaries. So the administrators have been on that legacy platform, and the conversation will commence to try and ensure that these services are affordable and innovation has a chance to prevail. And lastly would be the synergies between the funds themselves and their pensioners, the pensioners to understand and be aware of the availability of technology and how they play it from the retail space and from the micro perspective to then benefit the larger industry. So the awareness drives that still have to be spearheaded or moderated by the regulator to finally speak to the users and the consumers of the services of pension funds. We're still on a journey on that one. So briefly, moderator, I'll just place it at the regulator's door that these are regulatory challenges, and the moment we grapple with them as the regulator and try to relate to the pension space, as you will be aware, pension insurance and to some extent investment advisory and management has to all speak to the interventions that we see in our space. So we'll be leading those conversations. We've started on some areas, but the legacy issues are the ones that we need to unbundle first before we see the results and successes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We only have around 9 minutes remaining. I would wish to invite Dr. William to tell us what initiatives are underway to build the technical capacity in leveraging and regulating to technological advances effectively. And in addition, maybe as you are responding to that, tell us what is ahead.
Thank you.
So that we can have everything together.
Yeah, that's right. Thank you very much for the privilege to be able to speak to this question. We as a technology firm, I'm not from any regulator. We support the various regulators. We've been in the space now for the last 12 years, beginning with the Retirement Benefits Authority in Kenya, the URBRA. Daisy has been speaking about the technology we implemented for them, and we are also with the NPRA with my colleague here, Wesley. So we speak from the technology providers, the IT people who provide this technology. Initiatives that are underway to support the industry are around making your life easier in terms of your operations. So it has to do with improving data collection, right? So as you engage with the industry, they send information to you in various forms. So through the initial engagement of registration, licensing, submissions, returns, which are done, we are continuously developing technology to make it easier for them to carry out that exercise. In addition, as was mentioned earlier, there is also the internal facing platform. So we have an external facing platform, and one of the areas we emphasize on the external facing platform are issues around cybersecurity, because you see they're interacting with information which you manage internally as a regulator. So we embrace a lot of security protocols to ensure that as they interact with you, the interaction is, because they're coming from a demilitarized zone in terms of technology to your internal zone, we manage that technology to ensure that there is no infringement to your internal environments. In terms of analysis, we are continually improving the platforms to ensure that the information picked can go through the various workflows, so they are automated such that, for instance, if there's a return and it's supposed to be acted on within an SLA prescribed period of, say, half a day, the moment that period ends, it's escalated to the next level so that you have automated responses and escalations to ensure that service delivery is optimum. That is one area which we are always continuously improving. Obviously, there's also the customer engagement platform. We know that when you're dealing with external parties, there'll always be a complaint here or a response there. We have platforms for that kind of engagement, which is always tracked and recorded for quality purposes through IVR technology integrated with the risk-based supervision platform. In addition, as Wesley said, we know that we live in an expansive geographical setting where we may not necessarily have all facilities available in every corner of our country. So embracing mobile apps, which are always being improved such that we don't restrict to, for example, smartphones, but to USSD. You know, any small phone you can dial *123# and you're able to log in and get details. Therefore, addressing the issue which the Honorable Minister presented earlier, that the pensioners have to travel long distances for them to get statuses of their pension. So that we handle through mobile technology, and it's already up and active in the 3 territories that I mentioned. I think we should be going live in other territories as well. Another area is, and I think this is also very interesting, that you might be regulating schemes which may not be at your level of automation, right? So yourself as a regulator, you have embraced technology, you have everything set out, but the schemes, the umbrella schemes and the PFAs are not at the same level as you. So we are proposing and engaging with the various, with yourselves basically, to provide a benefits management platform in form of a shared services, right? Where they're able to do their day-to-day operations and able to submit returns to you which are clean and ready for risk-based supervision. Of course, risk-based supervision also is a proactive platform which advises, the umbrella schemes on their internal operations. Are they in the red? Are they in the amber? Are they on the green? So that you can tailor your interventions appropriately. You don't have to spend a whole supervisory team to go to a site which is doing well in terms of the parameters that you've set in the risk-based supervision protocol. Obviously, other initiatives is that there's always need for continuous training. You know, technology changes a lot, and we always push for continuous training to make sure that we're up to speed. Of course, without repeating what has been said earlier, the application platform interfaces, APIs, we're embracing AI and other machine learning protocols to ensure that some of the parameters which are repeatable are done for us using modern technology. And this is what we provide for the various regulators who we are already currently working on. Let me also just talk about emerging technologies around supporting systems, because you see, as a regulator, you also need supporting technologies which would make your regulatory function be wholesome. These include, for example, your internal operations, back office operations like the ERPs, you know, the finance, procurement, HR, and all that. For instance, with NPRA, we did a turnkey kind of setup where we're handling both the ERP component, RBS component, and also the platform. Platform here, we're talking about Microsoft Azure platform, which is very solid and reliable, and has a lot of the headache taken away in terms of IT administration, in terms of security and the like. Also, the other supporting pillar to the risk-based supervision administration system is the customer relationship management module, and also office automation. You know, a document might be sent in Excel, which most probably the umbrella schemes or the regulators are going to send the format in. We need to have the platform cross-cutting that it can engage with. For example, a report that has been sent in Excel, and import that data in the structure and in the format that it is in, so that you don't have any loss of data. And of course, I've talked about mobile channels and also the benefits across platform. For example, for the small PFS, which are upcoming and which require the similar technology but may not have the money or the technology or even the manpower to support technology. I think that is, in summary, I've talked about initiatives and also emerging technologies which are available to you, all of you, in terms of how we can move the sector forward. Thank you, and thank you very much. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I request just a little bit of maybe 5 or so minutes. I request Ms. Lovisa to discuss with us how important is collaboration among African countries in sharing best practices and lessons learned in adopting technology in the pension supervision. Maybe briefly, Madam Lovisa. Lovisa, welcome.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. I would try to be very brief. We are all well aware of the aspirational benefits of collaboration, but I would just like to share our experience as Namibia in this automation and leveraging IT journey. We are probably one of the later or newest newcomers to IT and automation and using really technology to help us in our supervisory role. So at about 8 years or so ago, when we thought the spreadsheets were becoming too big, the macros were getting confusing, and we decided we kind of have a bit of resources, and it was time to go out and hunt for something to help us on do our job more efficiently. So we thought we were ready until we decided, let's learn from our neighbors, Botswana, South Africa, and then we also decided, let's see the forerunners. In those days, it was Kenya and Ghana. We visited them and see what can they teach us on how to do this. And really what we learned is, or the valuable lessons that we really got from that experience, is not so much as what technology is out there or what programs we can buy, but items more related to the governance on how is it that we do this. When we went to Kenya, we took our macros and our Excel sheets and the data that we collect, and they kind of looked at us and say, is that what you're doing? You probably should get your data requirements correct before you even start looking at what software is out there to help you. And then the other learning that we had was on skills development. You need to have skills in-house that can help manage these programs or these tools that you acquire, because otherwise it becomes very expensive to be flying in people from Ireland to do bug fixes and all that. So some capacity building, IT capacity building is helpful. And then also one thing that has never occurred to us before we did this visit is, instead of being a customer and buying a product, look for partnership. Look for a software developer who is willing to go on a journey with you to customize the system to your needs, and who is willing to actually share the platform and have you work on the platform to adapt it to your specific needs. Because as we know in SUPTEC, there is very little off-the-shelf products, and it would be adaptation and seeing what program works best with which program. So for us, collaboration in this journey has been critical. It has saved us from making very costly errors. It has, at times we thought it was setting us back, but it's simply making sure and learning from those who've walked the path before you on what it is that you need to actually have ready for you to be ready for SUPTEC. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just briefly, you can see maybe what we can take away from that is that where the technology transformation is very important. Some of the benefits are the standards report, saving time on on-site inspection, data analysis, and the cleanness of the data, risk assessment model, and the general supervision. You can see this is very, very important. I will ask two of our panelists just to give the shooting. I'll ask Daisy and Stanko. I think my colleagues are still here. We are going to mingle and share a lot of activity within us. So I'll ask Daisy and Stanko to give their shooting parts, then we close. I start with Daisy. Maybe Daisy, unmute. We are not hearing you. It seems technology is not on your side, Daisy. Let's try Dr. Stanko. Dr. Stanko, are you there? You are also muted, Doctor. Technology is going against us. Now, Daisy, Stanko, 30 seconds.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so I just wanted to say that, of course, this topic probably requires a conference itself, but I must say that I'm so positively surprised listening to colleagues from Africa. And compared to the report that we did, it seems that we are not really on the same page, that there's a lot of developments, and I wanted to congratulate you for this, and I hope that we will be able to interact and talk about this topic, maybe not only in the terms of the supervision, but also in terms of the what the technology can bring directly to the members as well. Thank you. Thank you for the invitation. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Dr. Stanko. Daisy, 30 seconds.
Okay, just one parting shot is, as we develop our technologies, it's important that the jurisdiction actually develops their inputs personally, so that by the time you get a consultant, you have laid out your requirements as clearly as possible. The consultant or a developer, like maybe a 10, comes on board to make that process automated, but you as an institution, as a country, needs to have understood and develop what is due for your country. That's what really helps to have a working system. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much.
Another round of applause for the panelists. And for you as well, before you leave, we have some tokens for each one of you. So I'll ask the ladies to please come up and present them to you. And as we do that, let me just announce that we're immediately going to lunch. Lunch will be served in the restaurant. I hope we all know where that is. We would really like for you to work with us in trying to catch up on time. So we would like to be back here by 14:30. 14:30, by 14:30, so that we can have all the sessions that are planned. So there's a session or two planned for here, and another session that's planned for outside here, if you understand, and we want to have both of them to the full. So please, let's go for lunch. And as we go for lunch, please remember the forms. If they have been passed around, please sign them and make sure that you give them back to the ushers that have given them to you. Then the clinic, the free services that are on offer at the clinic: BP check, pulse, respiration, temperature, oxygen saturation, sugar, HIV, syphilis, and general body checkups. Just make your way there, and they will be glad to help you out. So let's proceed for lunch. And like I said, please, 14:30, let's all be back here to start the afternoon sessions. Thank you. There's a laptop here. One of the presenters, I think, or the moderators, there's a laptop. So please, as we go for lunch, if you haven't signed for the boat cruise, just go to the registration desk and make sure that your name is taken down and you sign. We do not want to tell you that you will not be allowed to board if you don't sign, but please sign. And 14:30, we are back in here.
Explore and experience the magnificence that is Zambia. A thrill-seeker's paradise, blessed with some of the most breathtaking adrenaline activities on Earth. Choose from whitewater rafting, to gorge swings, to bungee jumps, and set your inner superhero free. If being up close and personal with nature is more to your liking, then we have just the thing for you. Fine wining and dining, we hear you say? Say no more and be spoiled for choice with a stunning selection of top culinary experiences, all catered to suit each and every palate. And then there's the nightlife. Grab a drink. Surrender yourself to the ebbs and crescendos of an irresistible beat. Say cheers and get ready to dance the night away. All in the company of the friendliest people you will ever meet. Immerse yourself in the rich culture, movements, colors, pulse, rhythms, and energy that make up the unique fabric of Zambian society. Be sure to acquire a piece of exceptional Zambian craftsmanship and artistry to remind you of your stay. Travel back in time and explore the foundations of Zambia's history by visiting one of our numerous museums. So whether it is supremely fitted conferencing facilities, accommodation and amenities, wondrous water bodies, or undisturbed nature, this is your best destination. Zambia, let's explore.
I'm delighted to welcome you to this year's African Pension Supervisors Conference taking place from 25th to 26th July at the Radisson Blu Musotunya Resort in Livingstone, Zambia. Our theme for this year, Chronicling Africa's Pension Journey Towards a Dignified Retirement, couldn't be more appropriate. It emphasizes the critical importance of navigating a constantly evolving environment to secure a stable retirement. Participants who have the opportunity to delve into the historical developments, current landscape, and future prospects of pension systems in Africa. They'll also explore the challenges that continue to impact the pension system and strategies to ensure all African citizens can enjoy a dignified and secure retirement. The pension landscape is continuously changing due to new regulations, economic shifts, as well as demographic changes. Recent economic developments in Africa have underscored the importance of securing a stable retirement more than ever. The Pensions and Insurance Authority is proud to host the 5th African Pension Supervisors Conference for the very first time in collaboration with the Africa Pension Supervisors Association, as well as Financial Sector Deepening Africa. This event will bring together pension industry regulators from across the continent alongside a diverse array of stakeholders, thought leaders and industry experts, government officials, private and public pension schemes, pension service providers, and financial inclusion experts. We have prepared a lineup of both local and international speakers who will share their insights and expertise, with panel discussions and presentation on crucial emerging issues, various strategies for ensuring a dignified retirement in Africa, and on the latest international and local insights on pension matters. Hosting the 5th APSA conference provides a unique platform for knowledge sharing, capacity building, and networking. It facilitates the exchange of expertise and best practice with international counterparts. By promoting interaction among regulators and industry players and other key stakeholders, we believe we can pave the way for future collaboration, joint initiatives, and knowledge-sharing opportunities that can indeed significantly enhance our pension system. Beyond this conference, this event offers a very unique opportunity to explore Zambia's rich tourism. I encourage you to visit the magnificent Musotunya, one of the 7 natural wonders of the world that we passionately call the smoke that thunders. We are honored to have the Minister of Finance and National Planning, Honorable Dr. Stumbeko Msokotwani MP, alongside his Labour counterpart, Honorable Ms. Brenda Mwika Tambatamba MP, who will be able to grace this occasion, and will have a number of government officials, representation from our members of parliament, from the Committee on National Economy, Trade and Labour will also be in attendance. So we look forward to a successful conference filled with learning, collaboration, inspiration, as we collectively chronicle Africa's pension journey towards a dignified retirement. So Zambia is ready for you, and we hope to see you there. Twamutambola, twamilandilani, lwamu amwela.
A pension is more than just a financial plan. It is a promise of security and dignity in retirement. Pensions ensure that individuals can enjoy a stable and comfortable life after years of hard work. In Africa, securing a dignified retirement is a journey shaped by both challenges and progress. Our pension systems are a mix of contributory plans funded by employees and employers, and non-contributory plans supported by government taxes. However, these systems mainly benefit formal sector workers, leaving those and informal sector dependent on personal or familial resources. Over the years, reforms have aimed to make public sector pensions more sustainable. Despite these efforts, challenges like low benefits, poor coverage, and weak management still persist. For this reason, Africa Pension Supervisors Association, FSD Africa, and Zambia's Pension and Insurance Authority, PIA, are bringing together experts and stakeholders to review Africa's progress at the 5th APSA Annual Conference 2024. Here, participants will explore the history, current state, and future of pensions in Africa, tackling challenges and seeking innovative solutions, from technological advancements to investment diversifications. By sharing ideas and experiences, Africa aims to build a more inclusive and sustainable pension system, ensuring a dignified retirement for all our workers.
I'm delighted to welcome you to this year's African Pension Supervisors Conference, taking place from 25th to 26th July at the Radisson Blu Musotunya Resort in Livingstone, Zambia. Our theme for this year, Chronicling Africa's Pension Journey Towards a Dignified Retirement, couldn't be more appropriate. It emphasizes the critical importance of navigating a constantly evolving environment to secure a stable retirement. Participants who have the opportunity to delve into the historical developments, current landscape, and future prospects of pension systems in Africa. They'll also explore the challenges that continue to impact the pension system and strategies to ensure all African citizens can enjoy a dignified and secure retirement. The pension landscape is continuously changing due to new regulations, economic shifts, as well as demographic changes. Recent economic developments in Africa have underscored the importance of securing a stable retirement more than ever. The Pensions and Insurance Authority is proud to host the 5th African Pension Supervisors Conference for the very first time in collaboration with the Africa Pension Supervisors Association, as well as Financial Sector Deepening Africa. This event will bring together pension industry regulators from across the continent alongside a diverse array of stakeholders, thought leaders and industry experts, government officials, private and public pension schemes, pension service providers, and financial inclusion experts. We have prepared a lineup of both local and international speakers who will share their insights and expertise, with panel discussions and presentation on crucial emerging issues, various strategies for ensuring a dignified retirement in Africa, and on the latest international and local insights on pension matters. Hosting the 5th APSA conference provides a unique platform for knowledge sharing, capacity building, and networking. It facilitates the exchange of expertise and best practice with international counterparts. By promoting interaction among regulators and industry players and other key stakeholders, we believe we can pave the way for future collaboration, joint initiatives, and knowledge-sharing opportunities that can indeed significantly enhance our pension system. Beyond this conference, this event offers a very unique opportunity to explore Zambia's rich tourism. I encourage you to visit the magnificent Musotunya, one of the 7 natural wonders of the world that we passionately call the smoke that thunders. We are honored to have the Minister of Finance and National Planning, Honorable Dr. Stumbeko Msokotwani MP, alongside his Labour counterpart, Honorable Ms. Brenda Mwika Tambatamba MP, who will be able to grace this occasion, and will have a number of government officials, representation from our members of parliament, from the Committee on National Economy, Trade and Labour will also be in attendance. So we look forward to a successful conference filled with learning, collaboration, inspiration, as we collectively chronicle Africa's pension journey towards a dignified retirement. So Zambia is ready for you, and we hope to see you there. Twamutambola, twamilandilani, lwamu amwela.
Explore and experience the magnificence that is Zambia. A thrill-seeker's paradise, blessed with some of the most breathtaking adrenaline activities on Earth. Choose from whitewater rafting, to gorge swings, to bungee jumps, and set your inner superhero free. If being up close and personal with nature is more to your liking, then we have just the thing for you. Fine whining and dining, we hear you say? Say no more and be spoiled for choice with a stunning selection of top culinary experiences, all catered to suit each and every palate. And then there's the nightlife. Grab a drink. Surrender yourself to the ebbs and crescendos of an irresistible beat. Say cheers and get ready to dance the night away. All in the company of the friendliest people you will ever meet. Immerse yourself in the rich culture, movements, colors, pulse, rhythms, and energy that make up the unique fabric of Zambian society. Be sure to acquire a piece of exceptional Zambian craftsmanship and artistry to remind you of your stay. Travel back in time and explore the foundations of Zambia's history by visiting one of our numerous museums. So whether it is supremely fitted conferencing facilities, accommodation and amenities, wondrous water bodies, or undisturbed nature, this is your best destination. Zambia, let's explore.
A pension is more than just a financial plan. It is a promise of security and dignity in retirement. Pensions ensure that individuals can enjoy a stable and comfortable life after years of hard work. In Africa, securing a dignified retirement is a journey shaped by both challenges and progress. Our pension systems are a mix of contributory plans funded by employees and employers, and non-contributory plans supported by government taxes. However, these systems mainly benefit formal sector workers, leaving those in informal sector dependent on personal or familial resources. Over the years, reforms have aimed to make public sector pensions more sustainable. Despite these efforts, challenges like low benefits, poor coverage, and weak management still persist. For this reason, Africa Pension Supervisors Association, FSD Africa, and Zambia's Pension and Insurance Authority, PIA, are bringing together experts and stakeholders to review Africa's progress at the 5th APSA Annual Conference 2024. Here, participants will explore the history, current state, and future of pensions in Africa, tackling challenges and seeking innovative solutions, from technological advancements to investment diversifications. By sharing ideas and experiences, Africa aims to build a more inclusive and sustainable pension system, ensuring a dignified retirement for all our workers.
Explore and experience the magnificence that is Zambia. A thrill seeker's paradise, blessed with some of the most breathtaking adrenaline activities on Earth. Choose from whitewater rafting, to gorge swings, to bungee jumps, and set your inner superhero free. If being up close and personal with nature is more to your liking, then we have just the thing for you. Fine whining and dining, we hear you say? Say no more and be spoiled for choice with a stunning selection of top culinary experiences, all catered to suit each and every palate. And then there's the nightlife. Grab a drink. Surrender yourself to the ebbs and crescendos of an irresistible beat. Say cheers and get ready to dance the night away. All in the company of the friendliest people you will ever meet. Immerse yourself in the rich culture, movements, colors, pulse, rhythms, and energy that make up the unique fabric of Zambian society. Be sure to acquire a piece of exceptional Zambian craftsmanship and artistry to remind you of your stay. Travel back in time and explore the foundations of Zambia's history by visiting one of our numerous museums. So whether it is supremely fitted conferencing facilities, accommodation and amenities, wondrous water bodies, or undisturbed nature, this is your best destination. Zambia, let's explore.
A pension is more than just a financial plan. It is a promise of security and dignity in retirement. Pensions ensure that individuals can enjoy a stable and comfortable life after years of hard work. In Africa, securing a dignified retirement is a journey shaped by both challenges and progress. Our pension systems are a mix of contributory plans funded by employees and employers, and non-contributory plans supported by government taxes. However, these systems mainly benefit formal sector workers, leaving those in informal sector dependent on personal or familial resources. Over the years, reforms have aimed to make public sector pensions more sustainable. Despite these efforts, challenges like low benefits, poor coverage, and weak management still persist. For this reason, Africa Pension Supervisors Association, FSD Africa, and Zambia's Pension and Insurance Authority, PRA, are bringing together experts and stakeholders to review Africa's progress at the 5th APSA Annual Conference 2024. Here, participants will explore the history, current state, and future of pensions in Africa, tackling challenges and seeking innovative solutions, from technological advancements to investment diversifications. By sharing ideas and experiences, Africa aims to build a more inclusive and sustainable pension system, ensuring a dignified retirement for all our workers.
I'm delighted to welcome you to this year's African Pension Supervisors Conference taking place from 25th to 26th July at the Radisson Blu Musotunya Resort in Livingstone, Zambia. Our theme for this year, Chronicling Africa's Pension Journey Towards a Dignified Retirement, couldn't be more appropriate. It emphasizes the critical importance of navigating a constantly evolving environment to secure a stable retirement. Participants who have the opportunity to delve into the historical developments, current landscape, and future prospects of pension systems in Africa. They'll also explore the challenges that continue to impact the pension system and strategies to ensure all African citizens can enjoy a dignified and secure retirement. The pension landscape is continuously changing due to new regulations, economic shifts, as well as demographic changes. Recent economic developments in Africa have underscored the importance of securing a stable retirement more than ever. The Pensions and Insurance Authority is proud to host the 5th African Pension Supervisors Conference for the very first time in collaboration with the Africa Pension Supervisors Association, as well as Financial Sector Deepening Africa. This event will bring together pension industry regulators from across the continent alongside a diverse array of stakeholders, thought leaders and industry experts, government officials, private and public pension schemes, pension service providers, and financial inclusion experts. We have prepared a lineup of both local and international speakers who will share their insights and expertise, with panel discussions and presentation on crucial emerging issues, various strategies for ensuring a dignified retirement in Africa, and on the latest international and local insights on pension matters. Hosting the 5th APSA conference provides a unique platform for knowledge sharing, capacity building, and networking. It facilitates the exchange of expertise and best practice with international counterparts. By promoting interaction among regulators and industry players and other key stakeholders, we believe we can pave the way for future collaboration, joint initiatives, and knowledge-sharing opportunities that can indeed significantly enhance our pension system. Beyond this conference, this event offers a very unique opportunity to explore Zambia's rich tourism. I encourage you to visit the magnificent Musotunya, one of the 7 natural wonders of the world that we passionately call the smoke that thunders. We are honored to have the Minister of Finance and National Planning, Honorable Dr. Stumbeko Msokotwani MP, alongside his Labour counterpart, Honorable Ms. Brenda Mwika Tambatamba MP, who will be able to grace this occasion, and will have a number of government officials, representation from our members of parliament, from the Committee on National Economy, Trade and Labour will also be in attendance. So we look forward to a successful conference filled with learning, collaboration, inspiration, as we collectively chronicle Africa's pension journey towards a dignified retirement. So Zambia is ready for you, and we hope to see you there. Twamutambola, twamilandilani, lwamu amwela.
A pension is more than just a financial plan. It is a promise of security and dignity in retirement. Pensions ensure that individuals can enjoy a stable and comfortable life after years of hard work. In Africa, securing a dignified retirement is a journey shaped by both challenges and progress. Our pension systems are a mix of contributory plans funded by employees and employers, and non-contributory plans supported by government taxes. However, these systems mainly benefit formal sector workers, leaving those and informal sector dependent on personal or familial resources. Over the years, reforms have aimed to make public sector pensions more sustainable. Despite these efforts, challenges like low benefits, poor coverage, and weak management still persist. For this reason, Africa Pension Supervisors Association, FSD Africa, and Zambia's Pension and Insurance Authority, PIA, are bringing together experts and stakeholders to review Africa's progress at the 5th APSA Annual Conference 2024. Here, participants will explore the history, current state, and future of pensions in Africa, tackling challenges and seeking innovative solutions, from technological advancements to investment diversifications. By sharing ideas and experiences, Africa aims to build a more inclusive and sustainable pension system, ensuring a dignified retirement for all hard workers.
Explore and experience the magnificence that is Zambia. A thrill-seeker's paradise, blessed with some of the most breathtaking adrenaline activities on Earth. Choose from whitewater rafting, to gorge swings, to bungee jumps, and set your inner superhero free. If being up close and personal with nature is more to your liking, then we have just the thing for you. Fine wining and dining, we hear you say? Say no more and be spoiled for choice with a stunning selection of top culinary experiences, all catered to suit each and every palate. And then there's the nightlife. Grab a drink. Surrender yourself to the ebbs and crescendos of an irresistible beat. Say cheers and get ready to dance the night away. All in the company of the friendliest people you will ever meet. Immerse yourself in the rich culture, movements, colors, pulse, rhythms, and energy that make up the unique fabric of Zambian society. Be sure to acquire a piece of exceptional Zambian craftsmanship and artistry to remind you of your stay. Travel back in time and explore the foundations of Zambia's history by visiting one of our numerous museums. So whether it is supremely fitted conferencing facilities, accommodation and amenities, wondrous water bodies, or undisturbed nature, this is your best destination. Zambia, let's explore.
I'm delighted to welcome you to this year's African Pension Supervisors Conference taking place from 25th to 26th July at the Radisson Blu Musotunya Resort in Livingstone, Zambia. Our theme for this year, Chronicling Africa's Pension Journey Towards a Dignified Retirement, couldn't be more appropriate. It emphasizes the critical importance of navigating a constantly evolving environment to secure a stable retirement. Participants who have the opportunity to delve into the historical developments, current landscape, and future prospects of pension systems in Africa. They'll also explore the challenges that continue to impact the pension system and strategies to ensure all African citizens can enjoy a dignified and secure retirement. The pension landscape is continuously changing due to new regulations, economic shifts, as well as demographic changes. Recent economic developments in Africa have underscored the importance of securing a stable retirement more than ever. The Pensions and Insurance Authority is proud to host the 5th African Pension Supervisors Conference for the very first time, in collaboration with the Africa Pension Supervisors Association, as well as Financial Sector Deepening Africa. This event will bring together pension industry regulators from across the continent, alongside a diverse array of stakeholders, thought leaders, and industry experts, government officials, private and public pension schemes, pension service providers, and financial inclusion experts. We have prepared a lineup of both local and international speakers who will share their insights and expertise, with panel discussions and presentation on crucial emerging issues, various strategies for ensuring a dignified retirement in Africa, and on the latest international and local insights on pension matters. Hosting the 5th APSA conference provides a unique platform for knowledge sharing, capacity building, and networking. It facilitates the exchange of expertise and best practice with international counterparts. by promoting interaction among regulators and industry players and other key stakeholders. We believe we can pave the way for future collaboration, joint initiatives, and knowledge-sharing opportunities that can indeed significantly enhance our pension system. Beyond this conference, this event offers a very unique opportunity to explore Zambia's rich tourism. I encourage you to visit the magnificent Musotunya, one of the 7 natural wonders of the world that we passionately call the smoke that thunders. We are honored to have the Minister of Finance and National Planning, Honorable Dr. Stumbeko Msokotwani MP, alongside his Labour counterpart, Honorable Ms. Brenda Mwika Tambatamba MP, who will be able to grace this occasion, and will have a number of government officials, representation from our members of parliament, from the Committee on National Economy, Trade and Labour will also be in attendance. So we look forward to a successful conference filled with learning, collaboration, inspiration, as we collectively chronicle Africa's pension journey towards a dignified retirement. So Zambia is ready for you, and we hope to see you there. Twamutambola, twamilandilani, lwamo amwela.
A pension is more than just a financial plan. It is a promise of security and dignity in retirement. Pensions ensure that individuals can enjoy a stable and comfortable life after years of hard work. In Africa, securing a dignified retirement is a journey shaped by both challenges and progress. Our pension systems are a mix of contributory plans funded by employees and employers, and non-contributory plans supported by government taxes. However, these systems mainly benefit formal sector workers, leaving those in informal sector dependent on personal or familial resources. Over the years, reforms have aimed to make public sector pensions more sustainable. Despite these efforts, challenges like low benefits, poor coverage, and weak management still persist. For this reason, Africa Pension Supervisors Association, FSD Africa, and Zambia's Pension and Insurance Authority, PRA, are bringing together experts and stakeholders to review Africa's progress at the 5th APSA Annual Conference 2024. Here, participants will explore the history, current state, and future of pensions in Africa, tackling challenges and seeking innovative solutions, from technological advancements to investment diversifications. By sharing ideas and experiences, Africa aims to build a more inclusive and sustainable pension system, ensuring a dignified retirement for all hard workers.
Explore and experience the magnificence that is Zambia. A thrill-seeker's paradise, blessed with some of the most breathtaking adrenaline activities on Earth. Choose from whitewater rafting, to gorge swings, to bungee jumps, and set your inner superhero free. If being up close and personal with nature is more to your liking, then we have just the thing for you. Fine whining and dining, we hear you say? Say no more and be spoiled for choice with a stunning selection of top culinary experiences, all catered to suit each and every palate. And then there's the nightlife. Grab a drink. Surrender yourself to the ebbs and crescendos of an irresistible beat. Say cheers and get ready to dance the night away. All in the company of the friendliest people you will ever meet. Immerse yourself in the rich culture, movements, colors, pulse, rhythms, and energy that make up the unique fabric of Zambian society. Be sure to acquire a piece of exceptional Zambian craftsmanship and artistry to remind you of your stay. Travel back in time and explore the foundations of Zambia's history by visiting one of our numerous museums. So whether it is supremely fitted conferencing facilities, accommodation and amenities, wondrous water bodies, or undisturbed nature.
A very good afternoon. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, dear delegates. We need to start our afternoon session now. Let me just start by reminding you, if you haven't signed the papers yet for the boat cruise this afternoon, it starts at 15:30, so we have from now till about 3:15 to sign the papers. So please just see the ladies outside at the registration desk. And then secondly, allow me to apologize for the technical hitches we had in the morning. But I'm glad to report that we are now good. The screens are stable. We had a power challenge. It was power failure somewhere in the hotel, but that has since been resolved. So once again, we apologize for what happened in the morning. And so we are now proceeding and going into session 4, which is the transformative impact of technology on pension funds, administration, and investment. And to moderate this session is Mr. Nicholas Cavasso, who is the CEO for the Lusaka Securities Exchange PLC Zambia, or as we fondly call it here, LUSE. He is an experienced corporate executive with a wealth of business acumen in commercial, operational, fund, and financial management. Mr. Cavasso is an experienced investment manager who managed one of Zambia's largest mutual funds and has had representation as board member on several pension schemes. Notably, he is the past president of the Capital Markets Association of Zambia, a fellow in business and entrepreneurship, and a graduate of the Mandela Washington Fellowship Program from Clark Atlanta University in the USA. He holds a Bachelor of Arts, Economics and Mathematics, Statistics, and Master of Business Administration Finance from the University of Zambia. He's also a member of the Chartered Institute of Securities and Investments. Let's put our hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for Mr. Nicholas Cavasso, moderator.
So good afternoon, everyone. Let's hope we had water soon after we had our very nice and tasty meal. So the advantage of obviously the afternoon session is trying to keep awake, especially after that very tasty meal that all of us have had. But we'll try as much as possible to make it worth the while for all of us. It is session 4, and we're looking at the transformative impact of technology on pension investment management as well as pension administration. So this session has got very, streamlined objectives. We want to get to appreciate just how this technology has had an impact on the pension industry with respects to pension administration and processes, and also investment management, and also how we can articulate and use investment and technology to be able to drive more enhanced outreach to various members that we serve as pension, schemes. Interestingly, also, we're going to look at how technology has also been very crucial in supporting the unitization of pension funds, as well as bring about efficiencies in the way that pension fund managers administer these funds on behalf of the pensioners. So a very interactive sort of a session, and just like we heard from the call of the minister, we want to pay more than the usual attention to this particular session, because the pensioners are complaining about how we can leverage technology to be able to help us to assist them make the most out of their contributions. So we're going to have two different sessions, a presentation, and then we're going to delve into a panel discussion. For starters, we want to get into a presentation, and I would wish to call upon the first presenter, who is going to run us through a case study very unique to Zambia. Mr. Christopher Lalusha is a business executive who is going to come and present on a case study for NAPSA. But interestingly, Mr. Lalusha has had very extensive experience in digital transformation, business management, banking, IT governance, and technology, and is currently serving as the ICT director at the NAPSA. So at this particular point in time, ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to call upon Mr. Lalusha to do the first presentation of this fourth session.
Right. Good afternoon. Yeah, thank you so much. All protocols observed. I said I was going to do this and recognize my other family from Ghana and Kenya. I did spend some time there. So karibuni sana, the ones from Kenya. Akwaba, the Ghanaians. Great, it's good to see you here. Okay, so I'm going to just talk about the NAPSA case. And I think I'll just be very direct. I think in terms of what we are looking at is how we have leveraged on technology to try and, transform the pension funds. So in terms of the background, really, we've had a lot of transformation in terms of the law, that allows things like the lump sum benefits being changed to a pension. We've had a number of them that have also come through that enabled us to do the penalty waivers, for example. You will see later on that as I lay the ground for the gist of the matter, that these have, in a way, been the ones that have caused us to really sit up and be able to improve on our technology front. Okay, so I won't go into this, but happy to engage at some point. Okay, so let me spend a bit of time on this one. So this is how we are currently looking in Zambia. So Zambia has got a population of about 19, 20 million. The ones that are employed are 3.9. So ladies and gentlemen, we have a very big problem because from 20 million only to have 3.9 employable, you know what that means. These are the people that are shouldering everything that is going on. Out of this, from our member registration, only 3 million are members. And only 1.1 are the ones that we consider active members. So you can already imagine here what happens when these people are then nearing retirement, because almost half of that have problems when it comes to their pension. Out of this, we have 71,000 employers, but you have about 44,000 that are active. So doing compliance, doing issues of registration in a manual way is just not going to work. This is one of the things that has given us impetus to just up what we're doing on our technology and digital innovation to enable us to, quicken. At the end of the day, I think what we do is we are in the business of employment. If more people are employed, the fund grows. If people are not employed, we suffer. So we are the most happy when, employment is rising. But I think the challenge for all of us, and I think some of the speakers have already spoken to this, and that is cuts across, I think, Africa. We need to be able to do something towards this issue of employment. Now, the other thing here is around the compliance. We've just tried to break down here in terms of the segments for our employers. You'll notice that cumulatively it's 35%. Now, we have a fund size of about 75 billion. That's about close to 3 billion US dollars. 29 billion, which is close to about 1.5 billion US dollars, is debt, which employers haven't paid. Now, people know that by 55 years old, you retire, go to NAPSA, get your money. But 1.5 cannot come through because employers are not paying. So that in itself is a big problem, because this amount of money, put it in investments or anything else, it's able to earn us, a lot of high returns that can improve what we're giving our members. So that, ladies and gentlemen, is another submission that, we have seen on the ground that I think we need to collaboratively be able to work. So the key issues here are the debt, like I've said, the low compliance rate, and the low KYC. Our processes right now, and you'll see later on when I talk about what we've done on the KYC, we've taken 90% of all the registrations that are happening right now are digital. Only 10%, and that is really just special because of the government, because of the mass recruitments. So all the employers are now onboarding everybody digitally. They don't have to come to the office. Lack of digital ID is a big issue for us. I know in other nations this has been addressed, but I think we do have the government efforts around here. But if we don't know who you are, it's very difficult for us to know we are paying the right person. So this, I think, if you look at the trends in terms of fraud, cybersecurity, is at the core of some of these things that we are suffering. There are data issues. There are companies that were here 20, 30 years ago that are nowhere to be found. They made returns, they never paid, they've taken off. People are destitute now because that money we don't have that money. Digital penetration. You'll see later on when we talk about some of the things that we've been able to do. There is this issue that keeps coming up around our people not being digital savvy. And you have to factor in that, because when you're creating these solutions, they're very nice, the rings and bells, but are people able to use them in these villages? You discover that people prefer seeing people, talking to people, rather than these digital aspects. The registration process itself, I think I've mentioned that. Challenges with enforcement. We have tried to have the law amended here. You find this accountant who hasn't been paying, making submissions. You get a court order, you take them to court. They'll be jailed for a week, and they'll say, let them pay 1,000 kwacha. Now, I have 60 retirees whose money is owed. This guy pays 1,000 kwacha, he's out of prison. There's really a challenge in terms of that restitution. How do I get to pay people who are owed their money and get somebody to actually be that? Cybersecurity in itself is an issue. We'll talk about that a bit later. Concerns on the adequacy of the pensions to cover their needs post-retirement. I think this is something that keeps coming up. And we've had some calls around people want lump sum instead of these pensions that they've been put on. So I'll skip that one and just briefly talk about some of the technological trends. AI is a big issue that I think everybody keeps talking about. Now, let me wear the black hat and play devil's advocate. So we're in the pensions industry. Our business is we need people to be employed. We can't charge robots pensions. People have to work for us to collect our contributions. So it's a good thing because it enables us to, automate the processes, but there's a dark side to it. Jobs are getting lost. If jobs get lost, I don't get my contributions, my fund doesn't grow. So I'm saying that not because I'm anti-AI, I'm actually pro-AI, but I just want to be realistic here. Because if my job is having more people employed, and I get these robots that do the work, and I can't get my contributions, it is me who will be going under. So these are some of the things that, using the International Social Security Association studies, they've been able to come up with. A lot of, organizations have embedded this in terms of, the mitigation for human error. So you've heard of software robots that you put in your environment. They can post-transaction. They can reconcile. They can do everything that a person can do. You don't need, they work 360 days a year, 24/7. They don't need overtime. They don't complain. Yeah. So there is that. There's also an issue around where they, others have deployed it to look at behavioral cases. They look at how you behave on the platforms, and they'll be able to determine whether you're a fraud or not. So the issue around here, and I've tried to put them in terms of brackets, is that most of these institutions have adopted AI, and AI, is working. You can go to Indonesia, all these other places where the population is quite massive. They have deployed these tools, and we could also do these in Zambia as well. What we are doing from our front is we've recognized some of the issues that have to do with identity issues. So we are looking at things around ID verification, where we think that, when you log into our system, we need to see that it's you. So we need to capture the real person. Every time you're transacting, we should confirm that it is you. The only problem is that if I don't know it is you at registration, I'll never know that it's not you, because every time I authenticate against the first person that I captured. So there is that challenge as well. So, of course, AI has been used in fraud detection. We've given an example of what they're doing in Korea there, where they're using the big data. In the UK, they've used this for behavioral insights, to be able to manage issues of risk. And then you have straight-through processing, where services in Australia, they've leveraged this. Sorry, I'm skimming through because of time. Mr. Nick warned me about talking too much, so. Okay, so the impact in Africa. So the structure here is we try to leverage on what everybody else is doing through ISA. We then come down to Africa. You'll see that from this discussion paper number 1933, that there's an increase in number of African governments and pension funds that are examining these technologies to extend coverage to informal sector workers. We have a colleague from NAPSA. He will talk extensively tomorrow about the informal sector and what we are doing there. So you will see that most of these African nations, they have adopted, the AI and data analytics to impact positively on the pension industry with better services. So here is a brief about our digitization strategy. So having talked about everything else that I have, here is what we want to have. We usually call it the NAPSA that we want. The NAPSA that we want is one, that will pay you your money on day zero. You retire, you're 55, you are paid your money when you're 55, and we forget. You want a service, you can actually interact with us 24/7 and get that service. We want to grow this fund from the 2.83 billion that we're talking about to about 10 billion in a space of 5 years. So we want to open up products as well beyond just these contributions to say 5% and so on and so forth. There are people who've got money, they've built, they want to, they don't know what to use their money for, they want to grow their money. They can bring that money to us and we grow it. There are people who are in the diaspora who have no access to their money. We think that there's an opportunity for us to get through remittances to increase these contributions and be able to grow this. So we're really looking at, automating the key manual processes. If you look at where we're coming from, it used to take on average 50 days. It went to 27 days for people from the time they lodge their claim to them getting paid. Right now we are sitting with 35% of 0 days, where they started the process today they got paid. And on average from 5 to 10 days for people to get. So we're not there yet, but through this strategy, we've actually been able to cut down on that time. Sometimes when you're fast enough, it also introduces another problem, fraud. Because if we're quick to pay and we pay a wrong person, it's also a problem in its own. Okay? So we keep exploring, new technological advancements and seeing how we can actually do that. We've also looked at our cybersecurity posture, and it's one of the things that, we'll be making as a submission here. All this digitization, it's very easy. These days you can get anybody to make an app for you. But when it is exposed out there, they will kill you because they will harvest your data, they will get everything. In fact, they'll get your money from the banks where you're having it. So cybersecurity is key because you have to protect all these digitization and everything else that you're doing. We also want to create this omni-channel using the microservices architecture. Later on, I'll just display what that is. But we want to move from the monolithic kind of application systems where it's a huge thing. It's got pension administration, it's got KYC, it's got everything. When the system crashes, nobody works. We want to move away from that and have a microservices architecture where a KYC component on its own can be called by many other systems. When it crashes, everybody continues working, it's just one component that is down. That is what we want to do. We also want to actualize the life event. The life event in the eyes of NAPSA is whereby you've retired. Every year you must come and tell us that you are alive. Yeah? And you must come to the office. We even interview, are you Nicholas? So we want to actualize this through digital platforms. We think that if we've gotten your face, we've gotten you to log in, that is enough to tell us that you are alive. If you are using a finger, unless they cut off your finger, I mean, that is your finger, so that is you. So that's what we're trying to do. We also want to actualize the 0 day. This 0 day that I was explaining around. Today you retire, today you get paid. We also want to utilize this artificial intelligence and data analytics. I think I qualified in terms of what we want to do. The facial recognition, the issues around reconciliation, and the admin works in the background to make sure that we cut down the turnaround time for our members. And we also want to drive more pension reforms, to utilize technology to introduce these benefit packages to Zambians living locally and abroad. Let me jump to the next one. Okay, so that's just the emphasis around the microservices design principles where we use the microservices. But the key objectives here is transformation and business process optimization. We want to look at the PPT, people, process, and technology, and make sure that whatever we do, we look at transformation in those angles. It will affect the process, it will affect the people, and even the technology that comes, must fit in. There is that people aspect, which, again, when I talk about cybersecurity, you will see that almost 80% of all the attacks that have come in, I'll talk about Zambia specifically, have been people-led. So you know how we put our defenses around, we're protecting ourselves against the hackers, we have firewalls and everything else. We forget the people inside. The people inside are the ones that start the attack, so we've done all the defenses in terms of the outside, but the insides are the ones that are getting us out. So people is very important, and that you have to carry that as you go ahead. Technology optimization. If you look at the expense of technology, there are big pension houses here. You are using vendors that are world known, but you are paying a premium as well for this technology. We want to have a situation where we analyze the technology. Is it working for us? Is it making sense? Is the cost effective? Can we do better? Are there substitutes? And so on and so forth. So there is that technology optimization that we're looking at. Of course, there's a cost optimization as well. The most important is the enhanced customer experience. We don't want to leave our members feel like they are alone. We want our members to feel appreciated, to feel supported all the way along the journey. Of course, those design principles, we can spend a lot of time talking about them, and I think some speakers talked about the API aggregation and all this. We have also set up a digital innovations hub where we just want to be deliberate around, let's play around with the processes. What we are doing, is it the best? Let's interrogate everything in terms of how we are set up. Looking at what the members want. Is what we are doing really optimal in terms of delivering? So you see that this is what we want to do with that Digital Innovations Hub. In fact, this quarter we will actually be having a hackathon, which will be working with other partners to just make sure that we give chance to the young ones to come and tell us. Because sometimes when we spend too much time in these offices, we stop thinking. So the young ones will come and tell us, what you're doing is wrong. Try and do ABC, so that we tap into that. This is our information security program framework. in response to the cybersecurity threat that I was talking about. This is basically just the NIST framework that we have adopted. And what we are doing is we use this to then say, measure our cybersecurity posture. So all these domains and everything that's in there, we have to have responses. We have to have people around in terms of how are we monitoring. We have to have accurate measurements around this particular risk. So, of course, I removed the one which has got colors, which will show you red, green, and amber, because I didn't want, to expose myself here. But we have improved. I think if there's any organization that will tell you that we're cybersecurity solid, they'll be lying to you. We were just chatting over the lunch period. CrowdStrike issue that took out the whole world just last week. CrowdStrike is an EDR. It's one of those that, you put as your defense. And they were impacted. And it brought the whole world down. You can imagine. So no one is safe. I think to the extent that you at least have an idea of what problem you're trying to solve, you put in place tools that can help you monitor and strengthen your defenses. This is what our framework is really trying to do. It's a long strategy that we've put. In fact, in terms of really turning 75% of these into green, it's about a 5 to 8 year journey, because cybersecurity tools are very expensive on themselves. CrowdStrike, as an example, is not a cheap tool. It's very expensive. So happy to discuss that at some other point, but basically that's how our cybersecurity looks like. I don't know if Mr. Nicholas has switched off now. This slide can't move. Okay. So where are we now? So I took you on a journey to talk about, everything else that we've been doing and so on and so forth. So we fully automated our internal operations. We have implemented a dedicated pension administration system. I can go on and on bragging about what we have done here, but the point is that we went and took manual processes and automated them. This has lessened the time that we are processing claims from 57 days to 0 days, 35% of that, to 10 days and 5 days, which is an improvement. Next time probably we meet, we'll be talking about, a 75% 0-day SLA. But if you look at where we're coming from, this has actually been great. We now have a compliance solution that is online. It's digital. Before that, people needed to come to the office, the inspector, interrogates them, bring your books and stuff. You can do this thing online now. We have some of our folks that were on ZMPF that had to travel long distances to go and claim. This process is now online. They don't have to go anywhere. So again, we've used the microservices architecture to try and make sure that components are reused. And the same data that we're using on, we're able to expose this to these other applications. We also want, I think in terms of responding to what the minister said, we also want to be able to pay you directly into your account or into your wallet or whichever way you want to get paid. Instead of you waiting to go to the bank, you can receive this money and start utilizing it. Maybe in the future we might have a NAPSA wallet, who knows. But I think for us, the issue is your money is ready, you get your money now, use your money now. So these are just some of the visuals around some of the stuff that we've done. You have your claim process there, you've got your PRB and everything else, and those integrations. Of course, the compliance certificate there in terms of how it looks. These key successes, I think I've been talking about them from the time I started. I could go to town on those. This is just giving a view around our investment portfolio and where we're sitting. Those are the sectors where we've invested in. And this is where we're giving our members a competitive edge through benefits. So you can see on pre-retirement lump sum, we've paid 9.6 billion, 3.5 billion of which was paid within a single day when people were claiming. We've paid that much in ZMPF. And the penalty waiver, we've waived off about 236 million Again, this is all online, and people are able to apply and get these. So, thank you.
So thanks very much, Chris, for that very informative, presentation. Clearly, we are very happy as contributors to the fund that you have clearly helped us to see, as a case in point, NAPSA, how you have really used technology to actually be able to impact on our contributions. Just a few takeaways. You have improved your turnaround time from 27 days down to just about 13 days. Quite very impressive there. You have reduced your operating expenses, helping us therefore to improve our margins on our contributions. Very excellent. We appreciate for that. And obviously what was quite close to heart, improved access to NAPSA services by members and employers using technology. That was really, quite very, touching. And clearly helping us to get to see that, as a case in point, NAPSA has led the way in terms of how pension, administrators can play their part in adopting, technology and enhancing their efficiencies across all their platforms. So at this particular point in time, ladies and gentlemen, we want to get into a detailed discussion using a panel to get to see how we can then look at the impact of technology on pension administration as well as investment management. At this particular point, I'd wish to invite to the stage the following colleagues that are going to really help us to just get to discuss in detail the impact of technology on the sector. So to start with, I would wish to invite through to the stage Mr. Chumunya Monde, who is the current Director and CEO for the Kwacha Pension Trust Fund. Following Mr. Chumunya, we're also going to have Mr. Oguche Aguda, who is also the current CEO of the Pension Fund Operators Associations of Nigeria. And then we also have Mr. Godwin Simba, who is also the Executive Director of Finet Trust in Kenya. And lastly, we're going to have Mr. Gautam Badwaj, who is also a co-founder of Pinbox Solutions. May these gentlemen please come up to stage, as we have very limited amount of time.
And as the panelists are coming up to take their seats, the code has been put for the Sligo app. Please, I hear some people had difficulties, some challenges logging in. Please try and log in again, and hopefully this time you'll be able to get through. So please scan the app, and then you'll be able to contribute in the discussions. Thank you.
So, gentlemen, we're happy to have you here on stage with us to just help us to get more insights and appreciation of our session today, the transformative impact of technology on the pension funds, administration, as well as investments. So let me just quickly get started in talking about streamlining administrative processes within the sector. How has adoption of mobile apps, changed the day-to-day operations of the pension funds? Mr. Godwin, maybe if you can just stick to about less than a minute or two in your response, that will help us.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everyone. Perhaps just to elaborate on that point and just a follow-up with the presentation that has preceded us. There's a saying that software is eating the world, and in the future, every company will be a software company. When it comes to mobile apps relating to pension, these are actually the outputs of the robustness of the pension administration core systems that we do have. And over time, and we appreciate that pension technology has been in a nascent stage, especially in most of the African countries. We have seen a tremendous progress in the context of utilization of mobile apps. Perhaps the impact which we've seen, which is much more robust, is the way members are able to access their information in the online platforms, the use of USSD platforms. We are also seeing the opportunities that are coming in terms of integration of AI and machine learning. And maybe I can just bounce a case for a research that was done by Open University in Netherlands, where they have come up with an AI which, whenever a pensioner calls the pension institution, they're able to tell the level of emotions that this pensioner is communicating, and they're able to reference them to either a consultant who is able to moderate them. Most of us retire when we are very, very sad, and sometimes we are very happy. So if you are sad, you need a consultant to walk you through a change management process. We've also seen a lot of improvements in the context of interaction of mobile apps to other digital ecosystems. And case in point, if you look at the CONSA in Mexico, you'll appreciate that the regulator has really tried to create robust avenues where, other than saving for pension, they integrate with mobile platforms, convenience stores, issue loyalty programs, and also allow for savings. Finally, I want to just comment about a real case scenario in terms of access. I think in Kenya, for most of us who have read that case study, the government of Kenya rolled out what is called a NASLA fund. And in that fund, the informal sector workers would borrow, and within it, they embedded a saving culture where 20% of that funds that you are borrowing goes into a pension. Within 6 months, they've been able to collect close to 1 billion Kenyan shillings in terms of savings, and more than 3 million people have enrolled into the pension arrangements. So those are the opportunities that the pension mobile apps are actually bringing forth to the ecosystem. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Godwin. Quite very impressive in terms of what we can then be able to do in streamlining our processes. Good. Now, let's move on to the next part. We're trying to also get to see how technology can help us to enhance our investment management. Maybe I'll pose this question to you, Mr. Chimunya. How can technology be leveraged to enhance investment decisions for pension funds?
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Thank you. So there's an adage which goes, D is better than M, meaning digital is better than manual. So technology can be very helpful in the management of pension funds in terms of investments, in the sense that we do have, through technology, quite a number of platforms or systems, automated systems that are able to help us in terms of analyzing the risk. They're also able to help us to undertake asset allocation, optimal asset allocation. These systems are also are able to help us in undertaking portfolio construction. They're also able to help us undertake automated portfolio rebalancing, tax optimization, and also actual reporting. I do recall when I was a young investment analyst, during reporting times, we were spending almost the entire night in the office. We always used to have Peter. But these systems now, through technology, they're able to, help you undertake these assignments more efficiently. You can manage your costs, thereby empowering the members that are earning the returns on these investments. Also, in terms of time, you'll be more efficient in producing your reports as required. So technology has come in very handy, and we need to look at actually finding ways of adopting it to enable us make investment decisions that are more informed and also efficient. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chimunya, for those highlights, and I appreciate so much for sticking to less than 2 minutes of your response. Within the same context of investment management, Oguche, probably now under a minute, how would you be able to, articulate, concerns around algorithmic trading, robo-advisors, as well as many other sort of AI technologies that are now being applied within the investment management field? Where do we see this coming quite very actively within the industry? Just under a minute.
Yes. Hello? Yeah, so I think with African pension funds looking to invest in other African markets, looking to invest outside Africa, there's so much information, and there's only so much individuals can take up. So most of these technologies are helping us to be able to invest and spread our investments in different markets, because we need to grind a lot of information, and it helps us to be quicker. And in terms of just employment, we are seeing investment teams now employing data scientists and employing tech experts as opposed to just investment professionals. So we are seeing that coming, and I think it's good. In Africa, we haven't adopted it as much, but I think it's something that will happen more as we begin to invest in other markets, invest offshore. We need most of these tools, robos, the AIs, to be able to look at those investments, and I think it's something that has come to stay. Thank you.
That's good. Thank you very much for that, Oguche. Now, Chris, let me just get back to you again. I know you spoke quite very, lengthy around just what NAPSA has done and the benefits that we're seeing, which you're applying in terms of technology. But probably just for the sake of the audience, I just want you to re-emphasize on this point. How have the mobile-friendly interfaces as well as interactive tools that you have been using impacted quite very positively on the members' contributions as well as their experience with the pension scheme?
Okay. Thank you, Nick, for that question. So I think the biggest probably impact has been on the customer experience. I think from where we stand, NAPSA is known for long queues. And during the time of PRB, people were sleeping on these queues. But now we've taken everything online. And that has been the biggest, because people can then start the process end there. So, of course, when you use design principles, it means that you have to take care of the different needs of people. There are others who are colorblind. There are others who have got special needs. So I think that has really helped. Of course, you can talk about user friendliness and how it enables people to navigate easily. But the biggest takeaway for me, and I think the lessons that we've seen, is that customer experience. Once that is done well, I think it changes the way people look at the brand.
Excellent. And certainly that should definitely give us an answer to the minister's challenge to be able to help his constituency in terms of helping the pensioners access their savings. Now, let me just get to the other aspect of investment management. When we're talking about unitization of pension funds, Gautam, maybe I can now throw this back to you. What are some of the key advantages of unitization for both members as well as service providers?
Good afternoon, everybody. Well, I think the primary benefit of unitization, I see 3 or 4 important benefits. One is around transparency itself. In many countries, I see that members are only able to see their account balances once a year after returns have been announced by the fund and so on and so forth. And I think that creates, an opaque environment. It leads to lower governance. Lower transparency also reduces confidence. So I think if you end up with unitization, where I know at any given point in time what the market value of my portfolio is, I think it encourages people to start saving more, and it gives them more confidence. And I think governance, again, is linked to this. There could be political risk, there could be investment governance challenges, and I've seen that happening in several countries, and even in Asia and other places. And I think that is important. One more point which I think is very important with unitization is, if you have, say, 10 funds, and if all the 10 funds are unitized, then I am able to, as a customer, I'm able to know what the performance, the investment performance of all these funds are with a given investment portfolio. And I think that creates, and if you have good technology, and if you allow people to then vote with their feet, so if I feel that Oguche has got a better, investment outcome than you have, for instance, then I would like to switch maybe my past contributions or even future contributions to Oguche's fund. So I think the fact that people are able to then do this creates more competition. So it automatically, so it creates a sort of a virtuous cycle. Better governance, a better focus on investment governance and investment returns, and better competition.
Thank you very much. I should have probably even started with the aspect of just you giving us, a proper understanding on what unitization is. Maybe just under a minute, for the sake of the audience that could be joining us now and probably might be alien to the unitization process, maybe just, come back on that aspect and help to just provide more context to what unitization of pension funds is all about. Gautam.
Sorry, I didn't fully understand the question.
So just,
how does this unitization...
Just give us a conceptual framework of how unitization works.
The conceptual framework is I have a certain portfolio, I mark to market their portfolio, and whatever is the outstanding or the current market value of that portfolio is. So everybody ends up in a certain number of units, and let's say the unit rate at the beginning of a fund is $10 or 10 shillings. Then as investment returns keep going up and down, the value of that unit can keep going up and down. As I buy and I put in more money, I end up getting more units. So I'm able to transparently see the actual value of my portfolio based on A, the number of units I have, and B, the actual mark-to-market value of the portfolio broken down by units. So unitization from that point of view, I think I find that in many countries it doesn't happen, but increasingly, at least in Asia or in everywhere else in Europe and the US and other markets, unitization is a very normal way of reporting performance.
That's good. I appreciate so much for that informative sort of response. Now, I'll move on to, with every, onset of technology, there are challenges in its implementation. Maybe, Oguche, you can probably just weigh in. What are some of the primary challenges that are faced in leveraging new technologies into pension administration as well as investment management, and how do you propose these challenges can be overcome?
Yeah, I think oftentimes it's change management. So there's something new, you don't understand it, you typically want to kill it. So I think it's starting with the simpler things, starting with the easier things, and then getting buy-ins. And of course, if from a regulatory point of view, because we're talking APSA, so if the regulator sort of mandates minimum standards or mandates general standards, then that you'll see players begin to up their games. But I think from a adoption point of view, typically at first it's slow and people don't trust or understand. But also you can see competition also helps to drive, because if some players are doing it and they're getting results in terms of either fund performance, then you'll see that the market now begins to jump there. So what I'd say is, to start with the simple ones from a regulation, and then if the competitive environment is strong, it helps people to adopt.
Excellent. I appreciate you so much. So maybe as we kind of, close down on this discussion that just has helped us to unpack the impact of technology on pension, sector, let's get to look at the future, some of the trends and innovations. Maybe I'll start with you, Godwin. What are some of the key, cybersecurity risks associated with digital transformation in pension funds, and how do you think we can then mitigate ourselves against them?
Yeah, so looking at the cybersecurity risk, I think one of the critical bit is breaches in data. That is the information relating to members, because pension administration largely deals with member information, and sometimes they are quite sensitive, which also extends the dependence. So that's one critical area. And I guess in most jurisdictions now, there is the data protection laws that have been passed. We're also seeing the element of fraud coming in because of the integrations. You recall that pension funds are quite siloed in the context of the service providers, and if you have to arrive at an integrated platform, there are a lot of integrations that will happen. So we're seeing opportunities for either fraud or leakages in terms of the process that may come in within that process, as well as also the aspects that will deal with the issues of data in itself landing in the wrong hands, which I think in a much more bigger way it can be done through proper data protection and also controls within the platform. Thank you.
Excellent. I appreciate so much. And maybe lastly, Chimunya, maybe you can also help us, being a regulated entity, maybe provide feedback back to the regulators. How can the regulators and policymakers support the integration and scaling of these technologies across the pension sector?
Thank you so much. I think what is key is providing an enabling environment in terms of policies that will be able to assist the players be able to deal with these issues as they arise. Obviously, there is these risks that come along with technology. There's need to have proper response to them in the market. But also what is required is to fully understand the market, that we're able to provide solutions that are unique to that nature of the market. Because sometimes what happens is that there are policies that are adopted from outside which may not be very applicable to the local environment. So customization of those would help us in terms of dealing with these issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So clearly, ladies and gentlemen, that has been a bit of just some insights, helping us to unpack the impact of technology on the pension sector, specific to investment management as well as administration. At this particular point, we seem to have questions on our platform. I would wish to ask the technology team to just help us to beam those. We may not necessarily be able to answer all of those questions. We're being mindful that the boat is already now almost about to take off. But we'll kind of sample out a few, and they seem to be directed at NAPSA. So, Chris, we may need to have your attention in terms of some of these selected questions. One of them, if you can just provide a quick one answer or two, will help us to just manage time. Why does NAPSA still request for payroll data for past period for their compliance work if this has been automated? The second question, where can I get a copy of the 2023 financials for NAPSA to evidence the 75 billion fund size? The third question, are we going to, the other question for NAPSA, have we approached defaulters as NAPSA, especially knowing that the government has the most in unremitted funds? Maybe let's get to take those. If you can just provide quick answers under a minute, that would be appreciated.
Okay. Thanks, Nick. So for the first question, so on the payroll data, maybe I was skimming through quite quickly and I wasn't very clear. I think you did see that I talked about compliance rate being an issue at only 35%. Right now, we don't have, we have automated the processes in terms of the user interactions and what the employers can do in terms of posting their returns and KYC. But on the payroll, we are working on being able to publish a standard that will actually require payroll systems, to be able to churn out these files that then can be ingested by the system. At the moment, it is a challenge because some accountants will then, change figures. Somebody earns 10,000 for the sake of NAPSA because they don't want to pay much. They'll say they earn 3,000. So that we haven't yet gotten into because we don't know what is in these payrolls. So to answer that question, I think that is something that we are now going to work at. The second question was on where you can find the data to substantiate the 75 billion. I think we should have this on our website, but please feel free to see me after. We have a desk outside. We should be able to provide this even in soft copy. But it is a 75 billion, so we are not lying. I think it's the subject of the fluctuations, the foreign exchange, since it's denominated in kwacha. But trust me, maybe by the time it's even 80, who knows. The third question had to do with defaulters. I think I saw something around how are we publishing defaulters, especially if the biggest is how have you approached defaulters at NAPSA? Okay, so the defaulters, so by law, the NPS Act allows us to actually prosecute. We have prosecuted a number of people. In fact, what we want to do now is to get MOUs with some of these professional organizations to make sure that, once, for example, an accountant is prosecuted, you as a professional body can take disciplinary actions against them, because there's no reason why you should be lying around people's pay just so that less to NAPSA. So we've taken a lot of people to court, and people are not aware about what the law states. The law actually says we're able to take the CEO and the CFO and have them jailed. I can't give an example of the institution, but I remember one of universities where the vice chancellor discovered in the office that she could actually be locked up, So that's what we've been doing. With government, it is a special case because it's also the biggest contributor that we have. They have dismantled most of the debt that they have. One of the things that we've put, even when it comes to waiving of the penalties, is that you must clear off the prior period. And maybe to back to the first question, that is the reason why we need the payroll, because you can't just come this year and say you are compliant. You need to be compliant from the time you were set up. So sometimes people will declare one kwacha, when that is not what people were earning. That is why you find inspectors will be coming back asking what actually was the pay. I hope that helps.
I think you have ably answered it, but clearly you are following Zambian time, because I gave you 1 minute and you've gone above. Now let's go to the next question. They'll probably pose it back to Gautam. You know, how can fund administrators and fund managers align the huge cost of upgrading system versus enhanced service delivery for scheme members? Please, under a minute. There's a question for South African pension scheme. I think you can probably help us to answer that. The question there is, I need clarity on the South African pension system. Was it stated that they do not have a mandatory pension system? If yes, how do they ensure people contribute? And possibly the last question that we can throw at the audience, the NAPSA questions, you indulge me, you can go to the desk outside. They should be able to assist you on that one. The other one is, who bears the cost of enhanced technology between the pension scheme members and service providers? Maybe Oguche, you can also answer that one. So Gautam, you can answer the first part, and then the second part to ask our colleague from South Africa. Oguche, you can probably come in on the third one. Under a minute, if possible. No Zambian time.
Thanks. I think the way to minimize the costs of upgrading systems is really around how you design the architecture itself. So I think one is, how efficiently is this designed? I find in a lot of countries, the process of automation is just saying, I have a certain process, I'm simply now going to digitize that existing process. So now I think if you just take a step back and said, if I was to do this, build the system from scratch, would I just simply do what I did 10, 20 years ago or not? And I think the answer would typically be no. So I think a systemic approach is one way of thinking about it. Today there is a lot which can be used and leveraged to minimize costs. The second, I think, is in thinking about what is core to the fund manager itself and what is not. And I think there is space today around saying, can we think of shared infrastructure? So if there is a technology platform, let's say, and if there are 15 funds, say in Nigeria, then does each fund need to set up their own admin platform and invest in that technology? Or can the 15 funds come together and say, why don't we create a centralized platform, which all of us can then leverage? Nobody has to build that from scratch or invest significantly in it. So you can actually divide the cost, and ultimately it flows into lower fees and charges for members and better profitability for the industry.
Excellent. So we can take the question on the pension scheme for South Africa.
So we don't have a mandatory.
Maybe someone to help you out with the mic.
Yeah, so we don't have a mandatory system, pension system, but what employers do is provide, as part of the contracts of employment, they provide pension funds. So often what happens is that to be an employer of choice, you have to provide a pension fund or a provident fund. Well, there's been harmonization now, and once you're in that, you have to contribute. So that is really why there's been quite significant compliance. We also have, sectoral funds, bargaining council funds. There it is compulsory that if you are, by virtue of collective agreements, etc., then you basically have to contribute to the funds. But it's very interesting, what I've heard in terms of non-compliance, because particularly with the funds where you absolutely have to be, to belong to the funds, like your bargaining council funds and your sectoral funds, there's also a high level of non-compliance in certain industries. But and the other, I think, how do we also ensure, so our government, for example, the public sector funds, most employees who work for government have access to a retirement fund. So either the government employees pension fund or any other public sector funds. And I think over 90% of workers actually contribute to that fund. And the way we ensure it, it's part of a cost to company. So I don't even think that, you choose to contribute or not contribute. It's basically deducted and paid over. And I think that is, why that tier is quite successful.
I appreciate so much for that response. And I think lastly, Oguchi, you probably have less than 10 seconds for you to just give us an appreciation of who bears the cost of all this talk that we're talking about of technology.
Yeah, I think it's similar to the question that Gautam answered in terms of the pension fund will typically bear the fund, the costs, I beg your pardon, and the service provider also, both of them. You can now limit the cost on the contributors by having some sort of shared service, or depending on how much it is the fund could bear. So there are different ways. You could either do software as a service, and you don't pay everything up front, and you pay over time. But I think with procuring technology services, there are some innovation there as to how that cost is spread over time. And if the service providers also want to get a pie, they have to work together with the fund and work together with the company that is getting it to see how best to make it work for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, gentlemen, I think it just remains up to me to sincerely thank you very much for your insights. You've truly moved all of us to get to appreciate the impact of technology on the pension funds, administration, as well as investments. What has obviously come out very evident is that as we continue to adopt mobile application, digital platforms, as well as we continue to align ourselves to AI, we can definitely be able to improve the efficiencies around how we serve the pensioners who are indeed in need of our help and support. And technology is unlocking all those opportunities. So once again, gentlemen, I sincerely want to thank you very much for your insights. We'll definitely be interacting with you more for any other questions that the audience may have which have not been tackled in this particular session. So thank you very much.
A very big round of applause for the panel, the last panel of the day. Thank you. You are dismissed. Oh, just before you, well, there's tokens that we'd like to give to you. As they're receiving their tokens, I'm sure we are all receiving the wrist bands, straps of some kind. So, please just pay attention for a little while. These are color-coded. So we have white ones and blue ones. We have white ones and blue ones. I know the white ones are being shared. We also have blue ones. So these, the color you get will determine where you will board the boat from. So the white ones, you will board from here. That is these premises, the hotel here, the Radisson Blue. The blue ones will be taken to another site to board the boat. Because of the low levels of water in the river, we have to be careful how many people can get on a boat and where it loads from. So that's how come we have to split. So there's white and there's blue. So whichever one you receive, white, please take note you will board from here, from the Radisson Blue. And those that will get the blue tags, there will be a bus outside any moment now that will take you to where you board from. I hope that's clear. So please just take note which one you have received. And we do apologize. It would have been wonderful to allow you to go to your room and maybe get into something casual, but because of the time constraints, we have to proceed in our formal dress. But do feel free to loosen your tie, take off your jacket, let your hair down, those of you with hair, and let's enjoy ourselves. All right, ladies and gentlemen, your attention once again. I mentioned earlier that there were white tags and blue. Let me correct that, it's white and green. So there'll be white tags and green tags. So the green tags, those who get the green ones, the ones that are showing there, those that get the green, you will be transported to your docking site. And then, may I have your attention, please? Your attention, please, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Representatives from the new countries, from the following: 1, Seychelles, Zimbabwe, Angola, Malawi, Botswana, Eswatini, Ghana, Tanzania, and Zambia. Please come up. The APSA Secretariat would like to take a few pictures with you. Seychelles, Zimbabwe, Angola, Malawi, Botswana, Eswatini, Ghana, Tanzania, and Zambia. I think one representative from each country. Please come up to take some pictures with the APSA Secretariat. Let me just repeat: Seychelles, Zimbabwe, Angola, Malawi, Botswana, Eswatini, Ghana, Tanzania, and Zambia. Representatives of these countries, please come for pictures with the APSA Secretariat. So please come on, yes, please come onto the stage. And if you have received your white wrist tag and you're not coming for pictures, please begin to proceed now. Begin to proceed now for the boat crews, if you have your white tag. For the green ones, the bus is coming. So let's be ready. We have run behind time. These things have to, yes. If we miss the time to leave the dock, then we may not have the full benefit. So please, if you have the tag, proceed immediately.